What is up, party people? Alright, so let me get this moved around. I have to adjust that, so I'll just take this off. Don't need it. Alright. What's up, people? So sorry about the late start. I refused to stream on Wi-Fi, and I was repairing a cord, so therefore I had to go late. Blah 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 blah. I apologize. So I started to do the Travis montage, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I spent about an hour and a half on it, and I got sick of hearing Travis's voice. So I definitely wasn't gonna finish today. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. All right, so not sure if you guys all realized the title and the number one and all that stuff. So, like I said before, I've decided that I'd much rather just have this be open discussion, the topics galore. And when it becomes a topic, then I'll put in the title and that'll be it. But I definitely like the way the past few weeks have been going on, with just, opening the panel up and seeing where it goes. It usually leads to something. If not, it just leads to banter, and I actually have zero problem with that at all. I actually enjoy it. So that's what the stream is going to become. Like I said, I got a few uploads I'm still working on. The Travis one really isn't that big of a deal to me. So I don't know what I'm going to be doing with that one. But like I said, I have a few geoengineering and the different aspects of the geoengineering. So definitely going to be looking out for that. Hang on 1 second. I'm trying to figure out why everything is slowing down on me. Hang on. Turn some stuff off. Apologies. Got to turn everything off so stream don't lag. Okay, there we go. So like I said, it's going to be, fun little hangout. So go ahead and put the link out there and we'll see where it goes. One of the things I did want to, discuss was a couple topics that I was listening to. I'm not sure if pretty sure you guys know what TED Talks is. I like to listen to it every once in a while. And one of the topics that they were talking about that kind of really sparked my interest was our judicial, our court systems. And in the aspect of, I was listening to a lady. She was I guess an attorney for civil rights, I guess, for inmates, and a few things that she was saying kind of went by and it kind of didn't seem right. One of the things that she was saying, is the aspect of Maxwell in here. What's up, Maxwell? How you doing, sir?
What's up?
All right, no audio. Hang on 1 second. Then I'll be able to hear you. All right. Should be able to hear you now. Go ahead and talk.
Yeah, what's up?
Nope. I don't think it's on my end. Hang on 1 second. I think it is my end. 1 second, Maxwell.
So Davros isn't exceptionalism.
It would probably help
isn't
if I
a philosophical.
put my headphones on. Yep, there they go. All right, give me 1 second and I'll be able to hear you. All right, give me a second, Maxwell. I cannot hear you at all, so you gotta give me a half a second to go to my settings. Okay, so I'll continue talking while I say that, while I do this. Like I said, it was the inmates' rights. I guess it would be the best way of explaining it, because one of the things that really was, I can't do both at the same time. I'm doing like 17 things at once. Hang on. All right, there we go. Now I'll be able to hear Maxwell. All right, Max, go ahead and talk.
Testing 1 2. Yo.
No, I'm still not hearing you.
Hello.
What the hell is up? Thing.
What the heck? You need a hammer?
All right, now I know I will be able to hear you. Go ahead.
You need a hammer?
Yeah, there you go. No, I don't know what the hell is up. All my settings were just not turned on. I don't know why. Oh well. Okay, I can hear you now. So did you kind of hear the beginning of what I was saying? Otherwise, I'll start over because multitasking doesn't
No,
work for me.
something about Travis.
Oh well,
So,
that was that was the fact that I started that montage that he said I couldn't do. You know, asking questions and repeating asking questions. And I spent like 2 hours doing it, or an hour and a half doing it, and I got sick of hearing his voice, so I stopped doing it. No, but I was talking about. I was listening to a couple TED talks the other day, and there was like a lady. She was an attorney, and she was talking about inmates' rights, and more specifically, inmates like in maximum prisons and shit like that. And a lot of the things she was saying, as in rights of an inmate, kind of made me didn't sit well with me. Do you? I guess it'd be. I don't know if I can. I don't know if it would be a broad question for only in America or if it's a world thing. But do you feel that prisoners are treated fairly? Which seems kind of weird to me.
I don't know. I mean, it depends on, you'd have to like do a study on it, right? See to see the conditions that they're living in and how, I mean,
Hmm?
and the
Well,
extent of their crimes. I mean,
see that was the thing, because when I was listening to her presentation about it, it was very clear to me that, well, first of all, she was talking about maximum prisons. So if you're in a maximum prison, you had to have done something. And more specifically,
yeah. So
she was talking about like the solitary confinement times that they're given, and how it's unhumane and against civil rights and or the inmates' rights and all that. And if I got to be real about it, how much rights do inmates should they get, if any, if as far as I'm concerned, pending the crime?
well, I don't know. I mean, isn't it a punishment? I mean, if you're in solitary confinement long enough, you'll go freaking crazy, right? So, I mean, what? I mean, I think they should just be thankful that they're alive. Really. I mean,
As far as, yeah, that's okay. Well, I'm
yeah.
going to be even more specific about the situation because I'm kind of leading into what she was saying. Um, she was discussing a guy who had went into prison in his mid 20s. Uh, I'm assuming some type of assault, murder, maybe. Um, 20 years into his sentence, he killed a correctional officer. And for the past 30 years, he has been spending time in solitary confinement. Her argument was that it was unfair or against his rights. My opinion is it seemed completely fair and completely reasonable to have that individual in solitary confinement.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, where do you draw the line?
At committing a
You
crime.
know, I'm well, I know, but like you could go as far as to say that the death penalty is a good thing, but when how do you know that? Obvious. I mean, there's obvious reasons to the death penalty, right? If you know for a fact, 100% without a doubt, that this person went in and mutilated a family, obviously that person should get the death penalty, in my view, right?
Yeah.
But if you don't know and it's just based on uh well, a lot of stuff, like a lot of people are convicted of crimes and they're innocent. So how do you know for sure? You know what I mean? How do
Yeah.
you
Oh yeah.
just
I def I definitely agree with you on that one. And this may sound assholeish, I guess, because it only seems that way when I'm thinking it. But it is the ratio of people that actually get put to death or put on death row innocent versus guilty, is it that close? You know what I mean? Or do we even have ways of knowing? And I'm going to preface
Well,
this. I have
and
like really no clue on how this works or anything. It was on my mind, so I brought it up.
yeah, I have no idea. I mean, it's just another controversial topic, right? I mean,
Yeah. Because I
Well,
mean, go ahead, Shawn. How you
uh,
doing?
yeah. What's up? First, I was gonna say, "What's up, everybody?" And second, and second, I wanted to just chime in a little bit with the, we have people on death row that are innocent or have been proven to be innocent. Just going through the evidence and going through testimony, stuff like that. The problem lies with how they were put into prison, going through their trials and things where they kind of were railroaded into it. So usually it would be based on evidence, but there's some that have been, you know, kind
Oh
of put
yeah.
there for no other reason. So
yeah, here's
I
a
don't know.
perfect example. Sorry to interrupt, Sean, but there's a perfect example of a guy and his granddaughter on a cruise ship. Just recently, the granddaughter fell out of one of the damn windows on the cruise ship and died. And she was in his, and they're trying to prosecute him for murder.
Because
Well,
he was
there's
responsible.
yeah, there's of um, a lot of stories going on about that. So it's kind of hard to tell what the actual evidence is. There's one story where he supposedly was dangling her out the window to have her get a view and stuff. And at that point, would that be considered negligence? And should it be involuntary manslaughter at that point, or something like that?
Yeah. See it. That I thought. Wait, I thought cruise ships the windows didn't open.
No, no. There's you have the portholes. The portholes do open, and then
Oh,
like
okay. So
the
it
last
wasn't like at
the
the room
last
or anything.
yeah. I'm not exactly sure. I've just heard briefly on certain things and read something briefly on it. Until they have the trial and the facts come out, it's all speculation. So I try to stay away from it.
Yeah.
But when the other thing is, if it could be that he held her over the rail, it could be she slipped and fell underneath the rails or something. You never know.
Mm.
We won't know until all the facts actually come out.
Okay. Well, actually, that'd be a good example for the future aspect of that. So let's just say, and this is all speculation, hypothetical. What if it was just the fact that he wasn't watching her? It was negligence on his part because he was responsible. Does he deserve life in prison?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, exactly. What's the question? I mean, he's got to live.
All
If
right.
if he has any morality whatsoever, he's got to live with that for the rest of his life. Isn't that punishment enough? I mean,
Not if he had something to do with it, because then you're thinking a whole different mindset.
Well, but
Yeah.
you just presented it as just basic negligence. He
Okay,
was
you're
under
right.
his,
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
so if it was just basic negligence, should he be in prison for the rest of his life? No, I don't think so. But should he be allowed to watch over kids for at any given point afterwards? I don't know. That's
Well,
the
how about I put it
sacrifices that are made and stuff.
how about I put it to you this way? What if it was your babysitter?
But they'd probably be dead. But
But you see the difference though when it's you take it to someone that has no connection, and then you bring it home, and that in your thought actually does 100% change.
Yeah, but I mean, if it was my babysitter and it was at my house or something like that, where I'm the first one to arrive at the scene or something, yeah, they'd probably be dead or something at that point,
Yeah, so
because my
that
emotions are
goes
going to overtake everything else.
by when you call out the babysitter, that goes to a point to where you could call it, well, it might have been negligence with your babysitter, but you're the one that ultimately made the decision to use that babysitter. So now whose fault is it? You get what I'm saying? I mean, this is a slippery rope that you're going down, and it's being used to this day. For instance, the Sandy Hook parents have sued and won in court. They've sued Remington, the gun company, for crying out loud.
Yes,
for the shooting. Now,
that's ridiculous to me.
Once that door is opened, there is no stopping it. Once there's court cases for evidence to be used in other court cases, that's it.
Shawn, can you post the link again? Crash wants it. He's using somebody else's phone.
Yeah.
So first of all, I've missed you, ugly bastards.
For real. You guys have a good Thanksgiving?
In the UK, we don't celebrate. I'm away on work, so I'm only here because I've managed to find a Wi-Fi signal.
Ah, nice. Wait. I've never asked that question. What the hell is the Columbus story for you guys?
In what respect?
Like, we're given the bullshit that he came and discovered America. He hung out with the Indians and had a nice dinner, and they gave him blankets.
Yes, we get the same bullshit story too, but again, that's more to do with the fact that communication now is so much easier, so we get a lot of Americanized information, because that was one of the other points I was going to make. You're talking about death penalty and stuff, but here in the UK, we have a very different system.
Yes, and that's why I was like, I wasn't sure if it was a topic you guys would want to jump into, because from what I know, they have stuff like breaking out of prison isn't illegal.
Breaking out of prison is illegal, but I'll give you an example.
Okay.
So a friend of mine used to be one of the main fire chiefs in the UK area where he worked, and he was at a school as a safety officer for a big swimming event, and he got speaking to one of the parents that were there, and the person he got speaking to was saying how terrible the facilities that they were using was, and that in prison they had an Olympic-sized swimming pool.
The fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. And you guys don't have the death penalty at all.
No. Personally, so that I know this will sound as a contradiction, but so I am 100% in agreement with Mr. Smith. If I walked in and found somebody doing something to my family, that person's dead. Mm-hmm. But I don't agree with the death penalty because there have been so many mistakes made in the past. Where innocent people have been killed.
Well, one of the unfortunate fun facts that I do know, the reason for the death penalty actually is a dollar signs thing, 100%. So what happens is they basically will weigh whether or not it's a value to them to keep this individual alive, or because of the fit in the crime, the death penalty. But it's definitely more of a taken care of for the rest of their life rather than just ending it.
Yeah, again, you have a different level of standard of care provided in US prisons compared to UK prisons as well.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. But I think there's I think that the death penalty should be enforced, in my opinion, There are some things, if the preponderance of evidence is overwhelmingly that that there was a pedophile out there that had done something to multiple kids or something like that, that person shouldn't be allowed to exist. They're doing nothing for humanity. They're harming the future generations. That person should not be allowed on the earth. They've already had their chance.
Don't have a disagreement with that either. But so here's one of the things that I was wondering about from your talk about AI, Shawn.
Mm-hmm.
If we actually manage to create a proper self-learning AI, would one of the good tests for it would a good test for it be to actually take the evidence in the case and remove the human emotions from it and compare that to the actual sentence set down by a jury of humans?
Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%.
Sentences and everything else.
Yeah, I would disagree.
Not so much the sentences. I think more along the lines. I mean, this is way into the future, but I honestly do believe that it's kind of a slap in the face to the judicial system. Yes, I said it. That you have a judge who has had many years of courts and all that stuff, lawyers who have gone through all the schooling for this, and then you have a jury of peers, and those jury of peers on a scale of 1 to 10 probably know a 2 on that scale of anything to do with law, and they're the ones who then decide. And to me, for one, the burden would be unreal, but the idea that I would be able to have the understanding of evidence to make that type of call seems ridiculous to me.
All right, but the reason I was talking about the length of the sentences was, would it not then take out the inequality that is prevalent in most jurisdictions, depending on the social group that the person comes from, with the severity of the crime as well?
Well, I think once it gets to the sentencing aspect of it, it's more of a by the books thing rather than a off the wild number or sentencing.
Right, but what about that? What about the rich kid that got off with murder, and the judge's comment was something along the lines of, well, he's never been told no in his life, so it was unreasonable for him to understand.
You're skipping right over a major point. You guys are skipping right over a major point about AI being introduced into a system of law. First of all, humans that write the rules for what the AI is going to determine what is evidence and what is not. And and being that said that now it's still human judgment. It's just pure. Now the AI
Max, you're starting to
its own assumptions on what's the actual evidence.
You're starting to robot.
Yeah, that was just my point. I mean, once the AI still is going to get the instructions from the human, and eventually the AI is going to come up with its own conclusions as to what's permissible evidence. So I disagree that AI should not be introduced into the system of law.
Oh no! I am talking as a proof of concept type thing.
Well, I said I was the one who brought up the jury as it, so that I think that's what he's more going at. Because you're talking about you're talking about the sentencing, the overall,
the judgment of the judgment of the evidence by the jury type thing. So do it as a proof of concept. For instance, if we ever manage to create the AI that has the capability of expanding the way the Terminator Skynet did, and learning and everything else, run it for 10 years alongside, so the humans are there, they're still on the jury, they're the ones making the decision, they're the one that the judge is listening to, but actually see what this unbiased, the person, the machine, for want of a better word, that's not bringing emotions into it and is making the judgment call purely on the evidence presented during the case.
Well, the thing is now that Maxwell brought that up, I see exactly what he's saying. It kind of be like, what if the wrong algorithm hit one time, and a guy that shoplift ends up in prison for 20 years because the judge robot said so? I think that would be the biggest issue.
No, but that's what I mean by proof of concept. Run it beside, so you're not removing the human component. The judgment of this AI is completely irrelevant. It's just used purely as a proof of concept test for, is this really an AI? And I think you should always keep the judge to make that sentence and stuff. But from a point of view of people in the US, certain groups are receiving longer term time for simple things like cannabis.
Yeah. Okay. So I see. You're almost saying the emotion part. You get a court case where a guy's in there and a child's been killed. The jury's already pressed on that. So is that what you mean, like the emotional part of that?
Yeah. So that the emotional aspect of sitting there listening to evidence about any sort of child abuse, for example, is removed.
Like
it's based purely on the evidence that is presented to prove the guilt or innocence of this person.
Shawn Smith, who's that Florida girl that was where they had all that evidence of that baby or that
Kylie?
Yeah,
I know.
Yes,
I know
she should be in prison, but she's free.
Yeah, she got off on a well, the whole way the investigation went, there was mishandling of evidence, things like that. There wasn't anything that was concrete that could be tied back to it, and that was the biggest issue. There just wasn't enough evidence to convict her, and that has nothing to do with the emotional part. It was just a lack of evidence.
Yeah, but I mean the evidence showed that, I mean, if you have DNA of a dead baby in your trunk, for crying out loud, and then they find the baby in the ditch somewhere in her trunk, I mean, obviously there was some foul play there.
Okay,
I mean,
here's the issue. Okay, baby DNA could come from saliva or anything like that. If you've ever had a kid and and they're a small baby, they start teething or something like that, you're basically everything you own is going to have slobber on it.
But that wasn't my understanding of the DNA that they found. Was a decomposition from the body being in the trunk for several days or something.
I'm not really sure what all the evidence was, but the evidence can only take you so far, and if the trial has gone on that long and there was that much evidence to convict her, then they would have either they would have called it a mistrial due to circumstances that where the jury have been manipulated by the media, or B, that the evidence just wasn't there. And I find it a little hard to believe that out of everybody that was on the jury, that they didn't come to a standstill quite a few times.
Can I ask just a general question? For me, it's really just something just to find out for myself. I know that the UK and the United States have got very different judicial systems. So I'm aware of that. But I know the United States have got the highest levels of incarceration. So if you go by Wiki, it says 655 people per 100,000 are incarcerated. When you compare that to at least England and Wales, where we are, where according to Wiki again, it's 155 per 100,000. So what do you think? What is it that the United States are doing, or what are the differences, and why is that? Why is it so much higher than the UK? Is it just because you've got different judicial systems, or what do you think's going on?
Well, one of the things that I see. Go ahead.
It's a profit. It's a profiting deal. It's a privatized prisons and profit.
Well, are the prisons in the UK privatized?
Well,
only a very small number.
Yeah, only a very small number. But I mean, yeah, you could say it's a profitable thing, but the court system is not privatized, though, is it? I mean, unless I can understand, yeah, maybe, so I'm just trying to understand, really. That's all, one or anything else.
All right, so one of the things
I want to say it's the populations. See, I don't know how the UK is, so I don't want to say we're more cluttered here or more of a mixed pot here. I don't know how to compare it.
I would suggest that you probably are more of a mixed community than most parts of the UK. And this is going purely from the impression given when you look at some of the footage of some of your more rundown urban areas. Mm-hmm. Those rundown areas are much worse than they are in the UK, and therefore it's a different level of need from the people.
Yeah, so it's almost a better quality of life, almost.
It's all about the money, right?
In those certain parts, because I know exactly what you're saying.
It's all about the money here. That's what it's all it is. It's all about the money. They write the ticket to get the money to fund the state and local judiciary systems, mm-hmm. And then from there, if they're repeat offenders, they get sent to prison, and the prison gets grants from the government, which the taxpayers pay. It's all about taking money from the taxpayer. That's all it is.
Yeah, I do know a lot of the prisons here in America are ran, and it's sad to say, like schools. As long as their attendance stays high, they get good funding. One of the things that I know of that goes on when it comes down to the prisons, or way I think maybe it works, would be just the simple fact that it's the mental health thing. In my opinion, it's just like pharmaceuticals. You don't want a solution. You just want you want a patch. Because if you have a solution and you eradicate something, guess what? There's no more need for that solution. And I think that's...
That reminds me of that reminds me of this global warming video I just watched, Shawn.
Well, hang on one second. You gotta remember this. Hang on one second before I lose the point on it. Because you gotta remember this. If it's... Oh, see, I lost it. Damn it. Go ahead, Max. I'll figure it out if it was important.
No, so this back in the 80s, Exxon invested in scientists to do research on global warming. They came out with all this evidence showing how CO2 is causing global warming. And then after they from this somehow, right? So that it's all about making money. So then later on in the 90s and 2000, they came out with science to debunk their science. Exxon did this. They came out with science to debunk their science and create global warming denial. And it's just, I don't know if they come up with. I don't know if they can actually come up with science to counteract what they originally found. I think it was more a case of they hid the original findings of the investigation.
from the public.
Yeah, they hit them, but then they created this movement of global warming denial. And they came up with some science to debunk some of their science or to create controversy of the science. And then, so now, I mean, there's been a lot of this, and I've looked into a lot of this geoengineering stuff that Shawn was talking about, like solar radiation. And I came across something where this unfunded rogue science experiment where this guy dumped tons and tons of iron dust into the ocean to create a carbon dioxide absorb plankton. Or something. It was rather interesting.
Here's the thing. It was the ocean fertilization. And you want to hear the sad part? That guy is still funding ocean fertilization. He was fined, I think, $400,000. The project made the man, I think, $2.3 million, and helped fund a bunch of different universities. When it comes down to the geoengineering, ocean fertilization doesn't seem like one, but it very much so is. And the worst part is of all the things they could be doing, they have been geoengineering the oceans, and they have been dumping tons and tons of iron in. And there's plenty of evidence and documentation that show the pH levels are going skyrocketing. The acidification of it is insane. There are actually pockets of Dead Sea in the Pacific now, that like close to California. There's a lot of things I'm trying to get together so I can present, but if you even start looking into it, you'll realize that it's such a big tangled web that there's no one path I can just start talking about and go through it. It's weird. But yeah, Max, that guy, his name is Russ George or something like that. Yeah, he was the first quote unquote large ocean fertilization project that was ever done. And he scammed a bunch of villages up in Alaska too. Actually, that'd probably be a good stream to do, talk about that guy and what he did. But yeah, if you want to talk of all the geoengineering shit, ocean fertilization is the one that I've gone the furthest into, and it's bad. It's real bad. I mean, treaties were rewritten just to allow certain ocean fertilization going on. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with every issue though, everything that comes along, if you look back in history, people have made money from it. There's no doubt about that. People will scam or skim off the top of almost anything. That's just human flipping nature, sadly, and it's just pure greed, and that happens all the time. But the thing is, people will bang on quite a lot about renewable energies is just a big money-making scam and all the rest of it. But the thing is, as well, there's still a shit ton of money being made from fossil fuels. I mean, you go to the Middle East, you go to Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, even Iraq. There's money dripping from oil reserves. From people drilling oil in that part of the world, absolutely dripping. There's trillions and trillions of money.
Yeah, but right. So here's the thing, Spaceman. Right, I agree with what you're saying in part. Right. But let's take Northern Ireland, for example, because about 10 years ago, there was the Combined Heat and Power Initiative that was done.
I know about that, yeah.
And, but other people on the panel may not. Are you aware that there are people running up to 12 wood pellet boilers in empty chicken houses and getting paid in excess of £200,000 a year from the government for not actually using the heat? They are literally just burning the pellets to get killed.
Absolutely, that's proving what I'm saying. I've no doubt people are skimming off the top of everything.
Oh no!
And they will do.
Those carbon.
That's just freaking human nature.
The carbon credits that industries are issued. What you guys just described is cakewalk. There are countries that have no power plants, no infrastructure for power plants or energy energy spreading it around, getting through the grid, blah blah blah, that still get those carbon credits and annually just sell them, and their countries run off that.
Yes, that's part of the international trade agreements and stuff, where it allows businesses to do those sort of tactics. But that, Spaceman, just out of interest, because where exactly are the people skimming off the top of oil in the same way as the renewable energies one? Because
I'm not. I don't know how they do it. I'm not going to go into sort of those details, but I mean, but yeah, I'm sure you probably can. Absolutely. I think you're probably getting me wrong. I think you're probably thinking that oh no, it's not all about money. Yeah, it is a lot about money, but I don't think that's the bottom line of a renewable energies. I really just
what other line would there be?
You cannot ignore the fact that if you look at global warming, it is falling completely in line with the Industrial Revolution. It's there. It's happening. We're doing it. It's a human thing. We're causing it.
Okay, so then just what you said just now, but what you
scam. People are scamming it. They're scamming the system.
What you just said, Casual, in itself is the reason we know it's 98% about the money. Because if we have these records and we know how bad it's getting,
it's still true,
and all they're doing is ramping up. Like you're saying, there's still I'm telling everyone right now, I can pull up a clip right now where a hearing on carbon capture and storage they're having in Texas. They're sitting there fucking talking about how fossil fuels aren't going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah. I think, Shawn, again, I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm not going to deny anything you're telling me at all. I'm not disagreeing with you. Absolutely not. I'm not disagreeing with you. People are scamming it. Absolutely 100%. Okay. But what I'm arguing with people, that people actually say that global warming is a scam. Global warming is not a scam. It is a real thing. It is happening.
It is real. It is real. I don't know the scale of it, though. I'm on both sides.
So, Casual, can I ask for clarification then, please? Because you said you don't think they're doing it for money. So
no. I didn't say that. No, again, you're still misunderstanding me. No, I didn't say that.
That's why I want to ask you a question, Spaceman, so I can get clarification. So can I please ask the question? When you talk about the people scamming, are you which side of the argument are you referring to? And in what way do you mean that it's not just about the money?
I'm not sure I really understand your question. What side am I referring to? On all
the people who are putting false information.
Right, I'll say it again.
Right. Agree with it.
Let me clarify, right? Let me clarify this, okay? I am not saying that it's not all about money, okay? What I'm trying to explain is that people are saying that global warming is a hoax because it's a money-making scam. That's what people are saying. I don't know whether you're saying that or not. I haven't really understood that yet or not. But what I'm trying to say is that yes, and I said this earlier on, human nature, people will scam off the top of anything. If they can make money, people will do it, and we know that. Like the system that you mentioned, we got here in Northern Ireland. What people are using, this heating system. I forget what it's called. You mentioned it just a moment ago. Perhaps you can remind me what was it called?
Combined heat and power initiative.
I mean, you had politicians were skimming off the top of that, as we know. I'm not denying any of that.
The politics. Oh, so wait a minute, now, because there's something I'm not aware of. So, can you please give me where were the politicians skimming off the top of that? I wasn't aware. I was aware of two that had put it in, but
Arlene Foster. She had her members of the family she got them involved in that scheme, and they had buildings using this same system that they were getting these grants from, but they weren't even using it.
I'll have to check. Absolutely. I know she got a lot of shit for it because she was the first minister when it was implemented.
Yeah, no, plus a
not
few
aware,
other and a few other politicians here. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not aware if she actually had family members that were having chicken houses, empty chicken houses full of these combined heat and power units. I know they were getting paid by the system.
Yeah, yeah. Members of the family were. Yeah.
Evidence to suggest that they were doing anything apart from having one of these pellet burners in, and were actually using the heat and stuff produced by it for their property.
Yeah. Okay. But anyway, that's by the by. Okay, that's by the by. What I'm saying is that I fully accept what people are saying, that people are making money from it, and that is human nature and that's human greed. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is that it's not all about the money, because, and they only say that because that global warming is a real thing. And it is happening on a big scale. Is it happening to the scale that a lot of environmentalists are saying? I don't know, but it is happening. Okay, and we are creating, it's human beings that are creating, because if you look at the data from global warming, and when the Industrial Revolution starts, it falls completely aligned. It is almost symmetrical. You know,
Right, and I don't have a problem with that. There, what I'm struggling to understand is what you mean by it's not all about money for the people that are scamming it, regardless of whether they're agreeing with it or disagreeing with it.
I can't clarify anymore. That's all I can clarify with. I'm afraid that's all I can say. I can't.
Yeah, I can find whatever data.
Maxwell, you're roboting again.
That shows that.
Can't hear what you're saying, Maxwell, I'm afraid.
Well, if I can hop in here real quick, I think the ones that are on the denial aspect and trying to put out information or attempting to to make something to scam people out of money, that it's all about the money.
It's all about the money for them.
Yeah, exactly. So, and on the other side, you have certain companies that are taking advantage of people that are well aware of global warming. One of the things that comes to mind was when Channel Q got that thing about the renewable energy being used only for for the electricity that they were supplying. That's a scam. It's a complete scam. They can't guarantee anything at that point.
No, well, again, that was one of my points. So in the UK there is a similar system, right? And what that means in the UK terms is that for everybody that signs up to those plans, the providers must be putting in that amount of electricity to the system as people are using it, and if they don't, then they get penalties for that.
Well,
so it's not like this thing at night where they're using the extra power to pump water from a lower reservoir back up to the top reservoir so they can use it again the next day. They must be.
I understand the aspect of it, but they can't make that guarantee that the energy that you are using is solely coming from renewable energy sources. That's the part I'm trying to say. They can state that it is, but but really you're just buying into a piece of whatever they're trying to sell you. But they can make no guarantee that that the electricity that you are using is coming from renewable energy.
Oh, absolutely not. At the end of the day, regardless of the provider, it goes into the national grid, and it's all coming down the same lines. So it is. But there's an interesting phenomena in the UK when it comes to renewables, and that is not in my backyard. Yes, it's a great idea, but I don't want it anywhere close to me. And that's one of the biggest failings in the renewable energies market in the UK.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you want it in your backyard if it was something that was helping you? If if you were passionate about it, why wouldn't you want it in your backyard?
Again, it's these things like an example. I worked on a biogas plant, and the original plan was to put it into a local village where the extra heat could be used to heat the schools in that village. And the town folk said, no, we don't want the extra traffic for the lorries bringing in the biomass into it. And then when they found an alternative location, they said, oh, well, we don't want the extra traffic here as well, even though in theory they all agreed with the plants. Now, interestingly, as part of that project, I went around Germany and visited 4 different biogas plants. And all of the complaints that they were coming up with for not having it in their backyard were bullshit. But again, bad PR and everything else led it to the place where people didn't want it close to them.
So would that be, would that be some other source that was giving out bad PR or something like that?
It was coming right. So one of the issues was a personal grudge against the ulterior property owner, the alternative property owner. So they didn't want to see this guy get money. And then the other thing was, it's just a case of misunderstanding the technologies and again what it could do for the local community in terms of improved infrastructure, jobs, and potentially, depending on the success of that system, because it would have been one of the first in the area, it had potential for more of them to be built.
I see. So most people they only thought of the here and now. They didn't think about the future. They didn't consider the impacts that it could have, increased the economy of the area. They just solely went on the here and now and
and the misinformation.
What information they had. Yeah.
So, for example, it was in a rural area. So, biogas. One of the additional benefits of biogas plants is that they produce a very rich organic fertilizer that could have replaced a lot of the chemical fertilizers, which at the time were in excess of £250 a ton, and it's probably considerably more since then. And they would have literally had access to that material at a hell of a lot of cheaper price.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. Our wastewater treatment plant, we actually produce from the wastewater treatment plant. We produce some great fertilizer. And it's just it's cutting down on what you can and can't use for reclaimed water and things like that.
Oh no! Well, interestingly, that's one of the differences now in the UK. You actually that is classified as waste, and to actually put that in the ground, you need waste licenses, and you have very strict requirements on what you're allowed to do with that land while you're spreading that material on it as well.
Oh, it's the same. It's the same in the U.S. It's just the process that goes through it. It's a more of a vast process. Rather it being waste at a certain point, due to the cleansing of it and everything like that, it turns into fertilizer. That's basically all it is just straight fertilizer.
We have. I'd be surprised if we had very different processes because, it's a very clean subject. But again, the use of the land for X number of months after you spread it is very controlled in the UK.
Yeah, well, it's actually pretty dirty.
6 months here.
Sorry, Shawn, what was that?
Here in California, we you call. I think you're saying laying it out, but for us, for California, we have a 6-month stockpile.
Shawn, you're roboting really bad.
All right, hang on, I'll be right back. Keep going.
All right, everybody misbehave. He's not here anymore.
Woo! I think that's crashes.
You must have.
Yeah, I was just hoping for him to speak.
You must have forgotten that if I leave here, no one hears you.
Yeah, you're still roboting. I think it's probably something in OBS that's running that's causing you to robot.
Yeah, that's why I've been quiet. I've been trying to fix it. Keep going.
All right, I have a question. How the hell did we get to renewable energies from the death sentence?
Either way,
I have no idea.
Oh, by the way, Shawn, I've put a few more links for hashtag corrupt toady in your Discord channel. And I have found the female version of corrupt toady as well.
Oh, who's that?
A friend, and I'm not going to embarrass her by saying who it is, but I am going to make sure that I reach out to Toady so I can introduce the two of them so that they can go through this journey together.
This is going to be fun. All right. Let's see if that calms my computer down a little bit.
That's much better, Shawn.
Right,
yeah, much better.
I don't know what's up with my computer. It's just right now it's just acting up. It shouldn't be, but it is.
Yeah, you get a little crackly here and there, but it's not nearly as bad as it was. I mean, you sounded straight up like Shockwave from Transformers.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out my setting. I don't know what's up. My computer's freaking out right now. It's funny. It's not really funny, but it's funny, especially because just restarted everything. Like it's supposed to be brand new right now.
It's not funny, haha. It's funny, hee hee, right?
Exactly.
So going back to the death penalty, one of the things that I really said it in the beginning was, I was for the death penalty for the specific reason that I gave, something like that. And I think it really goes back to, like I said, the choices that people make to act upon something where it's a direct harm, purposeful harm, and the evidence is totally against them.
Right. Can I ask you two a question then?
Yeah.
Right. So, are you aware of a case with a little girl called Madeleine McCann?
The name sounds a little familiar, but I don't think I do know what the entire case is.
Mr. G, what about you?
I have not heard of it.
All right. So, Madeleine McCann was a young girl who disappeared from a villa in Spain. And I will remain objective here. Her parents were there with another couple, and they decided to leave their children in this villa while they went over 100 yards away from the villa to have dinner. And when they came back, she was gone from the hotel room. Or from the villa, sorry. Now, there's a lot of questions as to whether the parents were involved or not, or whether it was somebody else. But as parents, would you go away leaving a very young children, like I am talking less than 5 years old, in a villa on their own in a foreign country while you're over 100 yards away with no direct line of sight or anything else to them?
No, that's why
Absolutely
there's
not.
laws here in America that says that it's illegal to do that. And you
Yeah,
can
you got to
do
be a
Well,
certain
no,
age to
no,
even be a
that-
babysitter these days.
Yeah,
Right, and here's the
now-
thing: no charges were brought against them, and they've made considerable amounts of money selling them with book deals and shit like that as well.
Well, that there's also the fact that that's another country, and their laws may be different. You know, the prosecution wouldn't come from anywhere in the U.S. It would come from the country that they were in.
Yeah, it was in Spain, and again there was and again, this is where the emotion side comes into it, because there was, if you look at both sides of the argument, there's questionable actions from the parents and from the people that were in carrying out the investigation, because there is a lot of suggestive material that say they were involved with things of the break into the villa and stuff. Were not consistent with somebody doing it from the outside and stuff like that there. So how personally for me, I think they are extremely guilty of pure negligence, and so assuming that they were nothing to do with the young girl going missing, shouldn't they also pay a price as well?
Oh, I think they should. You know, the hardest part, I think, you know, when it comes to the law and things like that, is when you have the parents of a child, because who is the prosecutor? It's the state. It's whether the law, you know, it's not like it's another parent or something like that. If it's both parents and they're being accused of something, or they've done something to their own child, how do you get the emotional aspect? It should be solely based on the facts that are presented. And if the facts present something that is that they've done something wrong, then I feel like they should be fully prosecuted.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm more interested in this global warming thing. And I asked Sean G if he thinks maybe that Al Gore was a psyop for global warming denial. To put, you know,
why Al Gore? Al Gore was the one who was calling out about global warming.
No, okay. So here, let me read something here that says 12 years after Al Gore's inconvenient truth, guilt, fear producing predictions, let's choose by examining how accurate his science proved to be on his way to the bank. Rising sea levels, inaccurate, misleading. Al was even
Max.
Huh?
Al Gore isn't qualified.
No, I know, but he's invested all this money into scientific research and came out with this huge science proving fact that all these things were gonna happen. You know, like increased tornadoes, for instance, been declining for decades. New ice age in Europe hasn't never happened.
Who says they've been declining for decades?
It's all been disproven. All of his stuff has been disproven. How do you disprove
the future? I can tell you right now.
You can't say
that tornado intensities have increased. Hurricanes have increased. I mean, I can show you evidence to the contrary, Max. How about 2017's record-breaking hurricanes?
Yeah, I was just going to bring that same fact up. First off, Al Gore,
global warming that shows proof that global warming can be contradicted as well. So where's the real science?
hold on,
Where's the
Max.
real science that shows
No, Max.
what's really happening?
Max.
Hold on, Max. Just hold on. Al Gore put money into that science, but in no ways did he put a lot of money into it. There are plenty of other people that are investing millions of dollars into the global warming. He's just a drop in the bucket.
No, he's made
thing
tenfold off of it than
Well,
what
yeah,
he's
of course.
put in. That's
do you
the
know?
point.
Do you know why? Do you know why he did it originally?
Was he a psyop for global warming denial? Was he put out there to
you know what he was doing?
Denial?
He was using his political power to gain more money. That's exactly what it was. He was selling his companies.
Right, and that's one of the reasons why Riley was able to use him, because there are 11 facts that, to put it politely, exaggerated the expected outcomes of global warming. And
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
it's all fear mongering.
I'm going to show you guys something.
Well, yeah, it is all fear mongering. But do you recognize the platform that it's being done from? It's from a political standpoint.
Yeah.
You have to look at where the information is coming from. When he put out that information, he was in a place of power. He was a figurehead. Using politics, which we all know that politics is part of. They use fear mongering quite a bit in politics. Even going to gun control, different things. This is why we're having a wall built on the border, things like that. It's all for political power. But the scientific aspect of it all, the scientific research and things like that's all. You can read all of the information yourself, not go off of what Al Gore or any spokesman actually says, and just read the information yourself, and you can make a determination on your own.
How about this?
You can't, because they don't consider.
Because this goes to exactly what you're saying. You're saying all these things are BS, basically. My question would then be to you, Max.
No, what I'm saying is that not a single one of them has a complete. Not a single one of them has a complete analysis or evidence of everything all bundled up into one. They just have bits and parts here and there.
Again, if you're working off of what Al Gore says, we're not in the same ballpark.
I'm not working out what Al Gore says.
Okay, then what are you working off of then? Because you came in with Al Gore.
Look at all these global warming studies you brought up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really need all of them? No.
Yes. You need more.
You need
yes,
two.
You do.
One.
Yes.
No.
Yes,
what?
because each one's different.
Yeah.
Each one is going to show you something different.
How do you get an average if you do it one or two times?
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? I'm gonna dig deep into this, because this is frustrating to me, because I'm trying to figure out why would, if it was such a big deal, why would Trump pull out of the Paris Accord?
Because Trump has his knees deep in fucking fossil fuels. Obama shut down a bunch of offshore drilling. Trump took it down. Now they're drilling offshore again. Trump just opened up 9.1 million acres in protected land in Alaska.
So why did the Supreme Court rule against Obama's carbon tax crap that he was trying to implement? Because the Supreme Court ruled that there wasn't some sufficient evidence of that, what is actually causing what he says it is. There wasn't enough scientific evidence.
You ready? Because not only were they having to account for emissions, but they were also having to account for carbon capture and storage, because all the millions of tons that they have put in the ground, they have to account for that. And if it doesn't make money back, guess what? They're not going to let it go. But guess what they have let go? Using it to recover more oil. That's all. Go ahead. there are so many regulations right now. Like, I have a serious issue with carbon capture and storage. That's where they're putting the CO2 back into the ground because of just the lack of research, the magnitude of risk that comes about it now. Now, when you start talking, is climate change real in this? The thing I have on my screen is one of the pieces of evidence that makes me know climate change is real. Climate is changing. I know that because there are universities, institutes, agencies.
That's such a bad. That's such a conundrum to use that statement.
Why?
It's just
Why?
ridiculous.
Let me show you something. Okay, you tell me why hedge funds and other organizations are putting millions of dollars into these projects for geoengineering, climate changing, or geoengineering due to climate change. Why?
Sorry, but you can't have a freaking steady climate. It's called nature.
I didn't
No,
say that.
but
I
here's
didn't say that at all. I asked you a simple question. I said, why are these people putting in millions of dollars if it's all bullshit?
I don't know. Why don't any of them have one answer?
Because what are you serious?
because there's a multitude of problems.
Are you ready to put your local weatherman head in a noose if he doesn't predict the weather to 100% tomorrow?
Thank you.
What?
No, of course not. You can't predict the fucking future. Hello?
No. You can make predictions, but you're asking for a Hail Mary.
Oh, so the predictions that were made and the predictions
Like
that are being made. So,
Again,
but everybody's
what
willing to
predictions?
believe the fear-mongering predictions that are being made nowadays, but they don't want to. Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Yeah. You're the one saying that these
But
predictions
so
are wrong.
everybody
what
wants to
predictions?
buy.
Which ones,
Everybody
Max?
wants to.
Max?
Everybody wants to buy into the fear-mongering predictions that global warming is putting out nowadays to gain money on something that probably will never happen. We don't know. You can't predict the future, correct?
Well, okay.
Which predictions are you saying
we are
is not working?
we can predict the future. We can predict when a solar eclipse happens. We can predict when the weather is, the seasons for the most part.
Okay, so you can predict the next 20 hurricanes that are going to come up.
No, and that's the problem. The problem is that these hurricanes.
You can predict where a tornado is going to come up.
No, wait, Max, do you understand how a hurricane works?
You can predict an earthquake.
What?
Well, okay. Now, actually,
tell me how
some stuff.
Shawn, hey, because he's making some freaking bold ass claims right now. One, do you know how a hurricane works? How it forms, the whole nine.
Sure, has to do with pressures.
Okay,
and Coriolis.
So you're telling me?
Yes, but where? Where do they start?
In the northern hemisphere.
That's incorrect. Where do they start?
Hang on. Max, you need to understand something. You just said, can they predict the next 20 hurricanes? So what
the hurricanes have to do with freaking
climate change?
What we're talking
Please say
about.
It. Climate change?
Because they were okay. Here, hold on.
What the? Wait, Max. Did you just ask me what hurricanes have to do with climate change?
Katrina is a foreshadow of the future. False. Past 10 years, no F3 hurricanes. Longest drought ever.
Jumping around
False.
What did you just say?
What are you talking about?
These are all
predictions. Max, what did you just say?
These are all fear-mongering predictions of global warming.
Maxwell, hold on. You're out there
20
right
years
now.
ago.
Wait, time out. Hang on. I don't need you to tell me. I got that shit saved.
Well, were you alive in the 80s, Shawn? Were you alive in the 80s? Were you alive in the 80s?
I was. Yes, I was.
Not you, Shawn G.
Yes.
Okay, well, how old were you? 3?
I was born in 81. Your argument isn't getting any stronger right now. Can you please explain to me?
No, this is like a cycle. This is like a cycle of fear mongering. It happens every
wait,
frickin'
what are
so
you saying
often.
right now?
Hold on, Maxwell. We let's go back for a second, because when you said that the predictions were made back in the 80s, that was right about the time when they had already established that global warming was a thing. They started that in the 70s. Then in the 80s, the research for that just started up, as in, like, they started getting a little bit of funding for it.
Yeah, but okay,
So-
great. But
So the
what's
information that they
frustrating?
could put
What's
out at the
frustrating?
time. Hold on, Maxwell.
Relax.
The information.
You've already made your point.
Maxwell,
You've
hold
already
on.
made your
No,
point.
no, I
You
haven't.
just want to
No, I
ramble
haven't.
on about something.
No, Maxwell, I haven't made my point. My point is that the science back then that they were doing was minor compared to the science that they are doing now. So the predictions that they made back then could be false.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
could
just
be.
like tornadoes, like they predicted, tornadoes are going to increase. Well, it's not because of global warming, it's because of the technology to be able to see these tornadoes with Doppler radar has increased. So no, it's not global warming that predicted more tornadoes. It's the advancement of technology.
Wait.
So
Who
this
the fuck-
global
wait, Max,
fear
Who the
mongering,
fuck is predicting tornadoes?
that's my point. Every time something comes up,
Oh my God.
freaking tornado, a earthquake, a hurricane, a tsunami, a flood, anything. So everybody, climate change.
Do you
Immediately
not
climate
understand
change.
what you're saying
People
right now,
jump
Max?
on it.
Max, you don't understand what you're saying right now. You have no clue. I'm telling you right now.
That's why the mainstream media jumps on it immediately. It becomes a political issue, and global warming is all of a sudden a thing because freaking someplace flooded out. Global warming. Buy your CO2 beads.
Max, you sound like a propaganda ad. Stop. Let's get a couple things straight. One, who the F predicts tornadoes? You understand how much has gone into like research and studies and equipment to try to give people a certain amount of time before a tornado actually hits? You're acting as if they're supposed to tell you when the tornado hits next year, this month. Are you crazy? That's not how it works, Max. And you are correct.
I didn't say they were
With
predicting
that- no,
tornadoes.
listen,
I
I'm not
said
done. Max,
they
you already
said
went
that
on
they
your
would
rant.
show.
Max, you went on your rant. It's my turn. Plus,
Well, you can't sit there and put
Hang on,
words in
Max.
my mouth,
You are
John, and
correct
say
in the
what I
sense-
said when I didn't
Max,
say what you're
stop
saying.
talking, Max. Max, stop. Yes, you are correct in one aspect of it. As technology has gotten better, the better and advanced warnings we are able to put out. That is the only thing you said that made a damn bit of sense. Let's get a couple things straight. One, you said something about Katrina being the last major hurricane. You have lost your effing mind if you think that, because that wasn't even the fucking year the United States had the most fucking hurricanes.
Exactly, that's my point.
Then you don't know what you're talking about, because that's not a point. You are literally arguing
You need to
that climate change is
You need to
bullshit,
go back and
but giving
research the
all- You
80s
sound like
fear
Travis.
mongering of global warming, and then freaking move along.
Can I just say
Hold on,
something
hold
here,
on.
Maxwell?
Mm.
Maxwell, you are
can't
the
just read.
most.
You can't
Max,
just
you gotta
read
let
half
other
the
people
book,
talk, man.
Shawn.
Max,
You
gotta
can't
let
just
other-
read half the
Max,
book and then
Max,
freaking expect.
dude, please don't make me kick you off this fucking panel. Dude, you got to let other people talk. Let other people go. We heard your side. Other people want to talk too. We and you, we've been on a big long rant. Other people want to speak. Give it a rest for a second.
I just have to say that Maxwell, I have listened to you talk now on a number of different topics across different panels, and you confuse the fucking hell out of me.
He's a little bit of troll. He's a little bit of not a troll. He's a little bit of serious, but he's a little bit of not serious. That's what I've learned about Maxwell. But I think Maxwell is one of those people that doesn't like a certain person, Al Gore, and her watches a certain documentary and runs with that. The problem is that your argument could be sound because I have half of that argument, remember. And the problem is you're not coming with fact. You're coming with the literal propaganda that you're talking shit about. You're saying that propaganda just for the other side. You've said
No,
but
see,
propaganda.
that's where you're wrong.
Okay.
In my mind,
Name something you said.
in my mind, you take
propaganda,
this is
but
how it
fact.
works in my mind, Shawn. Okay,
Mhm.
this is how it works in my mind. You take all the information that you have gathered over your lifetime. Okay, of I'm not saying I studied this my entire life, but I have looked into this during my entire lifetime. Okay, I've looked here and there, got interested in it, got bored with it, reinvested in it later on, and got bored with it again, reinvested it again. Okay, so you take this lifetime experience of information that you've looked into and gathered, and you weigh it on a scale, and neither side of it goes down. It's still balanced. There's no one way here for me. There's no definite answer.
Maxwell, can I ask you a question? You brought up Katrina, and I was actually really shocked that you did. Do you think that Katrina was the last big storm that hit anywhere?
No, that's exactly the opposite of what I was saying.
What that ever since Katrina that the storms have gotten stronger? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's no direct evidence that shows that storms are getting stronger.
Are you kidding me? Look at the Bahamas. Look at Haiti. Look at these storms.
That's the exact same.
Maxwell, let me finish. Let me finish.
You watch.
Are you
That's
kidding
the
me?
propaganda you watch. Every time a natural
disaster.
Florida. Every time a natural disaster.
I live in Florida. We get hit by hurricanes quite a bit. All
that's
right?
great. Every time a natural disaster
yeah, that's
occurs,
great.
people
You're the one talking propaganda right now.
Max, hang on, stop. Hang on, Shawn. Max, where do you live? Do you? Wait,
Oklahoma.
better yet, if you don't want to say, do you live where there are hurricanes?
No, I live where there's tornadoes and lots of them.
So how the fuck are you going to tell Shawn?
And I also live where they've been pumping freaking groundwater in the ground for the last so many years.
Max, you're jumping around.
No, listen. Dude, listen to this, okay? Just listen to this for 1 second, okay? They've been pumping wastewater into the ground for the past freaking 6 or 7 years, and all of a sudden this geologist guy comes out and says, why are there so many earthquakes in Oklahoma now? We never had this many earthquakes.
Do you understand how old that is? I've talked about that to nausea. The USGS.
Yeah, and now the guy fucking lost his job, had to move.
Just Oklahoma. Matter of fact, so you understand, Oklahoma does get 100+ more earthquakes daily than California does. So yes, we understand.
Not anymore.
USGS has already openly admitted saying fracking causes earthquakes.
Yeah, not anymore. They put a stop to it.
What? Fracking? Are you out your mind? Do you not understand they're doing the same shit?
They've reduced it. I used to feel an earthquake every day.
Oh my God.
Right, Maxwell.
Now I don't feel one.
Maxwell, can you do something for us? Can you please lay out what you think was said about climate change and what would happen in terms of storms and their frequencies as you understand it? It may help us understand where you're coming from.
Well, for one, technology, the increase in technology and the advancement in technology has given us the ability to see these storms and track them, which now we can see storms that we never knew existed before.
And now we have the data that shows these fucking storms are getting stronger.
So now you got a period of how many years of study with advanced technology? Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's how we fucking know for sure.
So when you're comparing data, that's 60 to 70 to 80 years old to 100 years old, where there was no technology to track this information, and all of a sudden you got this technology. Let me finish.
Because you're ranting with no evidence.
No, I'm making a point. I'm making a point.
You're not making any points.
It is evidence. That's plain and simple common sense evidence.
Maxwell, do you want evidence?
Evidence.
No, that's not. Okay, common sense evidence. Since since the 70s, all of Florida has been getting stricter on their building codes. The building codes have continued to get stronger and stronger. When the storms hit, there's three separate categories of wind in the U.S. There's category 1, which is like absolutely nothing. Category 2, which is speeds up to, I do believe it's 120 miles an hour. And then there's category 3, which is rated up to 185 miles an hour, I do believe. So as the building codes continue to go up, we see more structures that are standing. We see more buildings that take less damage. More infrastructure is kept safe, and that's all due to the increase of the building codes. But if you look at areas that are getting hit by storms that have not been built up by the building codes at all of those buildings are getting demolished, absolutely demolished. You go back to the 1900s, and they have pictures of all this stuff. You look at the pictures of the devastation that happened back then. Some of it, and I'm not saying all of it, some of it was terrible. And then other parts, the hurricanes didn't do anything to stick-built houses. Now with the CBS buildings and stuff like that, we've come to realize, hey, the storms are getting stronger. We have to continue increasing. So, and that's all based on fact. Now, what you've been putting out so far has been the rhetoric that other people have put out.
Okay, show me the proof where the storms are getting stronger.
Sure. Okay. Let's see. In the past 3 years, we've had an increase of storms that have hit the U.S. at a category 4 or higher.
So you got a time period of 3 years study.
Yeah, that's just going off of memory. Should I go back through and give you all this information, or can you look it up yourself?
Yeah, I'm gonna look this up and investigate this so I can actually argue anything.
Just for you, I'm already doing it.
Maxwell, you do realize that climate change is not only about...
I can go on and pull up a couple of freaking Google sites too, Shawn, just like you. I'm not gonna...
Well, here's the problem, Maxwell. Here's the problem.
Stop. Let's get one thing straight. I'm not a Google warrior like yourself, Max. I'm actually going to the authority. Hurricane trackers, people that only study hurricanes in their intensity and their frequency. So I'm not going to come at you with an Al Gore book, Max. So you know.
Yeah, this is going to show the all the tropical depressions and everything. It's a great site, and I do believe they track everything throughout the entire year. You can actually pull up a spaghetti model of everything.
Pick out the hurricanes, Max? I can.
I can't hear you. You're cutting out.
Can you pick out the hurricanes? Because I can.
Yeah, well, I was more interested in a chart.
Wait, but this is real time. You can just look at them.
Yeah, real time, no data, no information, no speeds, no directional, no atmospheric temperature, atmospheric pressure, no data whatsoever.
Do you know what site I'm on right now? Are you serious?
Yeah, you're on NOAA's website. Why don't you use the frickin' real tools and look up the data?
That
instead
is a
of
real
a stupid
tool.
Video.
What?
That is a real tool.
I just was scrolling down and I saw the video and I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, Shawn, you're still roboting.
All right, give me a second. All right, yeah, you guys are gonna have to give me like 5 minutes. I gotta turn my mic off for a sec.
Yeah, Maxwell. You know, a lot of the times you don't see the information that people who live on the coastal states sees. That's because you know, it's really outside of your concern at the moment. You know, you can watch whatever you want on the Weather Channel, or look it up on a website or anything like that. But when we you know, when we have to live through it, when we have to clean up after the devastation, you may see 1 or 2 weeks of them cleaning up devastation. But like the west coast of Florida right now, they're still cleaning up the mess that was there from when they got hammered with a hurricane. And the Bahamas is going to be even worse. Puerto Rico is still trying to get everything all set up for their infrastructure. You know, the storms they've gotten stronger. The storm surge gets higher. The islands that weren't getting hit before are now getting hit. There's more, and even though they're not hurricanes, there's more tropical depressions. There's more of that stuff that comes out.
Maxwell, the thing is, it's not only about it's not only about the number of storms and the intensity. It's also all the other factors throughout the year as well, which has led us to the understanding that there is a change occurring in the climate, and there will be repercussions for us from it.
Yeah, I can tell you, after 20 years down here in Florida, it's the summers are getting a lot hotter. You know, and
are they getting a lot hotter, or are you just getting a lot older?
No, it's definitely getting a lot hotter. We've had record years for temperatures. The one our entire winter 1 year was 2 weeks. That's it. Everything else was like 80 degrees.
Well, you do know the weather patterns follow a cyclic 10-year pattern along with the sun, right?
Yeah, and like I said, 20 years. I've been down here 20 years. I've worked outside for 20 years of my life.
Yeah, so for you to say that, well, we had a hot temperature one year, it could have been in the peak. Could have been in the peak of the cyclic weather patterns.
Maxwell, can I say something, please? Maxwell, can I say something, please? So we have somebody in the chat that's in quite frequently, the demon himself, Mr. Davros. And currently in Australia, they're experiencing large bushfires because their climate is becoming that much drier, as well as other factors as well, because it's not just about climate change, so I will say that now as well. Demonic can correct me if I'm wrong about that. But most places are seeing a change in their environment. It may not be big in a lot of areas, but overall it doesn't take a large change in the climate to cause us problems from a human point of view.
That's such a conundrum of a freaking statement to use. I mean, of course the climate's going to change. That's what it is. It's nature. Now, whether or not it's affecting, it's just, I can't argue with it. It's just such a stupid argument.
Here's the thing, though. You're making claims, but you haven't given us anything.
I'm not making claims. You're making claims. You're making claims that just because it doesn't rain over Australia for a certain period of time, that it should. You're putting a mark on saying, well, shit, we should have air conditioning 24/7. It should never change. It should always rain on this certain day at the certain time of year. I mean,
no, Max, don't misrepresent what I've said. Okay,
That's exactly what you said.
No, it is not. I have never said that the climate should be completely stable and uniform all the year round, depending on the season. That is not anywhere remotely close to what I have said.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, Maxwell, you are making a claim. We are going along with science, and you're denying science.
Really? So where's the science?
That's a claim.
Let me
The
see the science.
Sure, yeah. You can go look it up yourself. There's plenty of information out
I'm
there.
going to.
I appreciate that.
And I'm gonna make the claim, an assumption that I'm gonna come up even scaled again, like I have before.
Okay,
There's
Maxwell.
not going to be a
Maxwell,
definitive answer one way or the other. It's just going to be
right.
inconclusive evidence
Maxwell,
both ways.
Maxwell, how about this for a period of a decreasing annual rainfall? So Demonic Davros has informed me that there has been a 30% decrease in annual rainfall over the past 20 years.
Where?
In Australia.
Okay, so does that mean that it hasn't rained more in some other part of the world? No. How do you know it hasn't rained? How do you know that some other part of the world hasn't received an increase in annual rainfall?
There are parts of the world that are receiving that increase. That's part of the problem of climate change. We are
exactly. Thank you. Climate change. Climate changes. Thank you.
Oh,
Maxwell, nobody's denying that climate changes. The problem is that we're basically making the world go out of cycle. We're pushing it. We're pushing climate change faster.
The world doesn't conform.
We're pushing climate change due to our activity.
No, the world does not conform to your
right. Yes, Maxwell, and this is where part of where you're misunderstanding us. We know the world doesn't give a shit about us, puny little humans. It will be here long after we are gone. We are talking about the effects that the climate change and the inputs that we have had into it are causing problems for us to survive on the planet.
It's such a... You confuse me. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's just what I was saying. We're saying that climate change does happen, but the way that we're doing it, we're pushing it faster than what originally happened for climate change.
Yeah, I'm going to look into it again, like I said, and I'm going to make the prediction that I'm going to come up with inconclusive evidence either way.
Is this better, guys?
It's a little bit better at the moment, yeah.
All right. I don't even want to talk about it. My amp is fried, so I gotta makeshift it right now. I don't want to plug in the other one because I don't know what it will sound like.
Just plug in a tin can.
Is that what it sounds like? Is it that bad?
No, it's just crackly right now.
I'll figure it out because I don't know what it will sound like.
Jose, there's always room for another flat earther on the panel. Don't be a chicken and come on in.
And don't go nowhere, Maxwell. I'll be right back, man. I've had a lot to say. I just can't because of this damn mic.
Yeah, just say it. We'll deal with it.
Maxwell, just wondering, where are you getting the information for the that's against climate change?
I haven't looked into it to give you that information, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm kind of curious as to where that research was funded or something.
Most of it would be like private funded governmental studies, government funded studies, mostly authority studies.
Right. Yeah.
So it's not like Shawn says. It's not like Shawn says when he said that is all I do is look at Al Gore's stuff and then spew what he said.
I asked you to bring to
Shawn,
show evidence.
I don't
you said
just
you had to go look into it.
Some random shit off of the internet. That's not me.
Well,
I actually look into stuff and get data and get information.
Max, you accused me of doing that. That's why I said that.
Max, the reason why I was asking was, because we going back to like the ones with the with Exxon and stuff like that, they funded their own research, and they still got subsidies from the government for funding that research. And of course, the first studies that they had were for climate change, because that way they could push other other things. Oh well, this is bad, so we'll switch over to this. This is much better. But then they completely debunked themselves with more science. So it's a little bit, the private funding stuff is kind of sketchy. On all aspects, because it kind of gives you an idea of where they're trying to go with that information.
That's funny that you say that, because you can say the same thing about government sciencing is also biased in one way politically. So
Well,
I mean, you can't sit there and
exactly.
say, I mean, so where's the real information? That's my point.
Well, the information.
Where's the real information?
There's certain studies that you look at. You can go through some of the university studies. Some of those are really, really good. And then also like even some of the government funded stuff, where they've where you look at the different scientists and what their objective is. There's some scientists that have been doing nothing but this research. There's other scientists that have been working on other projects and have come over to this to see what they can figure out. But I don't know. You have to go through more than just the information that they give out, because like I said, I mean, even Shawn pulled up the hurricane center's tracking. If you look into some of that and you look at all the models and everything, the information that they had for even before satellite photography and stuff, they still had the information as to where the hurricane was coming from and stuff, or where it hit and times and all that stuff, the category size. So if you really want the information, there's a bunch of places to find it.
Yeah, most of it's incomplete. So I mean, there's
but that's the thing, is that
there's a study.
All
sure,
science
great.
is incomplete.
I mean, they may find a hurricane here and see that it goes there and does this, but do they know the exact cause and why? Do they know the variables of the effects of the apparent during the creation of the hurricane, such as water temperature, air pressure, just
No, Maxwell,
tons of variables that
nobody's
go into
studied
that. I mean, so no, there is not enough complete information to determine whether global warming is caused by us or not. Sure, we may be affecting it, but are we affecting it enough to create any causality of it? No.
See that would be false information. Say that's an assumption.
It's not false
That's an assumption
information.
right now.
It's incomplete information.
Please, right.
Just
So
because
please
it's
provide
incomplete,
Maxwell.
Quiet a second. If it's incomplete information, does not make it false information.
No, but Maxwell,
it's just incomplete.
Please provide us the information that allows you to be so confident in the claim you've just made.
I didn't hear what you said. All I said is incomplete information does not make it false information. It's just incomplete. It doesn't give enough evidence to sway it one way or another.
Making an assumption on that amount of information, making an assumption on that amount of information, really is false information. You're telling people one way or another what is going on.
Now you're saying science is false? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that you've even though it's incomplete, you're denying what they're putting out. At that moment, you've made an
I
assumption
am not
that
denying what they're putting out. It's incomplete information. There's not enough
So-
information to tip the scales one way or the other. That's
so
my
there's
point.
not enough information in your book, but according to the scientists that have been studying
Well,
this,
but according
there is
to
enough information.
But according to your book, the biases of your beliefs is there is enough information to sway it one way or the other. That's what you're saying.
Yes, because the preponderance of evidence proves that climate change is a real thing. Proves that what our actions are doing is causing some of this stuff.
So there's the biases of your beliefs right there.
No, the denial is the bias.
Your mic's much better, Shawn. Nah, wee bit on the low side. You could crank it up a wee bit if you want.
Yeah, who the hell are you and what happened to Crackly, Shawn?
All right, so just fractionally back off on the volume, and but you're sounding good. That worked. YouTube isn't the real world, Shawn. They're all CGI people. Like, it's just AIs that are watching us all as we join these panels. You aren't real either. Neither Shawn or Maxwell. I'm just speaking to a computer. You've seen a computer. You've seen a computerized version of Shawn.
All right, everyone in the chat, let me know if I'm too loud, and let me know if I need to back off something because new setup. I'm good in the Hangout, so hopefully I'll be good in there. My apologies for derailing everything. It may happen
So
again.
B-Ball says that YouTube can't hear you.
No, well, that I was muted when I was talking to you guys because I didn't want to blow their eardrums out, just yours. So.
Blew them anyway. I blew your
right
ears one night. B-Ball says that YouTube can't hear your ears out one night, so you might as well let them feel the pain as well.
When I was talking to you guys,
There sounds like a lot of blowing going on right now.
Eardrums out, just yours. Yeah, hang on. So I'm listening back on myself.
Blew them anyway. I blew your ears one night. B-Ball says that YouTube can't hear your ears out one night, so you might as well let them feel the pain as well.
You personally
There sounds like a lot of blowing going on right now.
Eardrums out.
Not driving a car, not utilizing electricity.
Anyway, I blew your ears one night. B-Ball says that YouTube can't hear your ears.
Okay, now only I hear the. Hang on, guys. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm experimenting at the moment, so they can't hear me, and you guys only can. Trying to figure out which setting I need to do on these mics, so I'm hearing myself back. All right, that should be a little bit better. Yeah, I know. I was testing my audio. Chrome is about to fix right now. All right, maybe that will be a little bit better. Check that out. I apologize, guys. My mic amp went out on me. we'll try this out, guys. And again, I do. If it is bad, I trust.
You just said a few people
these
don't
are
do
these
anything
words.
about
Hold on. No.
Again,
That was all going off of your assumption because you said a majority of these people that are out there whining about climate change don't do anything. That was your assumption.
You just said a few people don't do anything about it. That's the truth.
That was your statement. That was all going off of your assumption.
The major
because you
pushers of
said
it.
a majority of these people
so now
that are out there whining about climate change don't do anything. You see, that's the problem is you make that was your
You just
assumption
said a few
based
people
on
don't do
these
anything
words.
about it. Let's change the amount
But
of
you
people.
haven't done the information. You haven't looked up the information.
You want to make
No,
a wager
I already
that
told you I don't make bets. I don't need to make a bet because what you're telling me is that there are people. No, I'm not scared of anything. Let me explain something to you. What you've done is you've made an assumption. You have not looked into any information. You're just making an assumption because you have this problem with climate change.
I don't have a problem with climate change. It's changing, and there ain't a damn thing that humanity is going to be able to do about it. So you might as well get over it.
So why are you poo-pooing on the entire thing? You think that nothing we do is going to slow it down?
Yep, nothing we do is going to slow it down.
See, but that would be like saying that we can't stop this train because even though the brakes are up there, we can't put the brakes on. We can't slow down this car because
you can't
because the accelerator is still
the globe. You can't simplify the Earth to a train. Give me a break. The Earth and everything around it,
analogy.
Weather system,
it was an
and
analogy.
Everything on Earth is far more complex than a damn train. Give me a freaking break, dude.
Oh, so my analogy just doesn't work. Okay, we'll go with the terrarium.
No, it's like comparing cookies to freaking Einstein's theory of relativity.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry you couldn't pick up on that analogy. We could go with a terrarium. Does that work for you?
Sure, let's go with the freaking that globe dome thing that the biodome in California or Nevada or wherever the heck it was.
I didn't bring up a biodome. I brought up a terrarium.
Oh, why don't you want to bring up the biodome?
Because it's completely outside of what we were talking about.
It's exactly what we're talking about.
No, the biodome has absolutely nothing to do with the climate change.
No, Shawn is talking about using a different analogy to help you walk through this process.
What process? That we can't change? We can't slow down what we supposedly think is global warming caused by carbon emissions? Is that what you're trying to give me an analogy on?
It's not just carbon emissions. There are other factors that are involved. How we produce food, how we continue to produce plastics, how we continue to do all these things in the world. You know, how we allow trash to be tossed around, how we don't clean up after ourselves. Everything that we do is going to affect our environment. And if the larger that humanity gets, the more it's going to affect it.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay, if you're not disagreeing with me, then how is it that the stuff that we do can't be reduced?
What's the answer? What's the answer to your question? How are you going to reduce it? How are you going to reduce it?
Like I said, there are multiple different factors. There are multiple different factors that are involved with this.
Yeah, you can sit there and say multiple different factors, but if the population keeps increasing, which is increasing the output of pollution, how are you going to stop it? How are you going to reduce it?
How we are producing these things can be affected. We may not have to change the amount of people,
that's the only answer, Shawn. The only answer is to reduce population. That's the only answer.
So you think the only answer is genocide?
Well, that is the only answer. You cannot have.
I'm sorry, that is crazy. That is absolute insanity. You think
Sorry, you
that
don't like it.
reducing the population is going to affect everything else. How
It's going to
how
reduce
we
the
produce
output of
power,
pollution. You
how
said
we
you wanted
produce
to.
power, how we produce all the materialistic things that we have, how we take care of the human waste. All of those things, you think genocide is the answer.
Yeah, that's the only effective way to get a causality effect of reduction. That's the only
No,
way.
no.
Yes.
What that
The
is,
other
what
ways,
that
all the other fairy tale ways that you're dreaming of
that
are
is a
all fairy
simple-minded
tale
solution
ways.
to a complex problem.
No, it's the effects that you're talking about are negligible. And
You are
Maxwell, can I
thinking
ask you a
immediate.
question?
You are thinking immediate, and what the other solutions are long term. They may not happen right now, but they will happen in the future.
yeah, I don't think humanity will live that long. I'd be surprised if humanity lasts another 200 years.
You're a very optimistic person, aren't you, Maxwell?
Sure. You know, I mean, think about it. It's a miracle that humanity has lasted as long as it did. Really. There. You want proof in God? There it is.
Maxwell, God wants nothing to do with this discussion. And that, for me personally, I don't think as you or somebody of faith can prove there is a God. And on the alternative side, somebody who is an out and out atheist cannot prove there is no God either. This conversation is based on the information that we currently have at hand.
Why? So somebody asked, why is it a miracle that humanity has lasted as long as it has? Your answer is the nuclear bomb. So there's your miracle right there. We haven't blown up ourselves yet. We have not committed worldwide genocide with nuclear weapons yet. That's your miracle.
Dwayne, what do you mean by I am a messenger? I'm a pain in the ass and an idiot that jumps onto panels and takes the piss out of people and chats just.
It got really quiet.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not denying that we're causing global effects.
Yeah, we can
I
hear
mean,
you, Shawn.
that's ridiculous to say that we're not. Yeah, you broke up a little bit. Yeah, crackly.
You're good enough to continue.
I'm not sure if you're on a troll right now, but would you be the one like first in line when they start population control, seeing how you feel that it is the only way of solving climate change?
Hell no. I'm not for population control. Nope. I'll sit on the sidelines and watch the freaking idiots do what they do.
But you're the freaking idiot that thinks that's how to do it. So since it's one of your great ideas, then why wouldn't you be the first to step up?
Because I don't believe in genocide. I just think that that's an answer to. I don't think there's any other way to get a negligent effect. Well, what else?
Agree, though,
I mean,
right?
hey, sorry, the truth hurts. The truth hurts, doesn't it?
Not even close to the truth.
Maxwell, one of the issues with what you just said about the genocide is that you would be sitting on the sidelines watching this all go on, but that's not how it works. If somebody decides that genocide is going to happen, guess what? You don't get a choice. You don't get a choice to whether you sit on the sidelines or not. They're making that choice for you.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do with global warming right now, right?
Absolutely not.
They're trying to.
If you have a solution, that probably does not involve genocide, I'm pretty sure they're going to listen to it.
So they're politicizing global warming to make it to bring it into law, so that the government can decide for you whether or not you can drive your car or not, or whether you can they put a carbon tax on it. So now you got a damn meter on your fucking mouth that says how much air you can breathe in and out because you might be exceeding the daily limit of carbon. Give me a break, dude.
Are you like soapboxing right now? Is that what it is? Are you just going against politics? I'm trying to figure it out, because all the stuff that you keep bringing up goes back to politics, and whether or not politics has anything to do with it, the science is still there.
Yeah, science is politicized as well. So I mean, like you said earlier, how do you know what's right and what's wrong? How do you know what's the truth and what's not the truth if both sides are corrupt?
Wouldn't you want to figure that out on your own rather than make a decision based solely on what you hear?
I'd rather just sit here on the sidelines and watch the show.
But isn't that a problem? If you're sitting on the sidelines, then you're not taking a stance on something, which means that you have no dog in the fight. I mean, if they said we're performing genocide and you said no, I don't agree with that, at that point you would have to make a stance. But until then, you don't want to make a stance?
Well, of course, if something came to that extreme, of course I wouldn't just sit there on the sidelines. I would join together with probably the people that disagreed with that decision and fight. I mean, so
right, Maxwell. Yeah, a question for you then. Right, question. Let's assume that you're right, and climate change is not having an effect in the way that we are suggesting it does. Even if that's correct, why would it not be a good thing to help reduce the pollution that we're adding to it and increasing the efficiencies of our production methods and stuff anyway? Because at the end of the day, we have a finite amount of resources. So isn't it a good thing that we make them last as long as we can?
The other has nothing in it.
So you said, say that again, because you made a couple points there, and
right. So let's assume that man is not having the effect on climate change that we are suggesting it does. Okay.
Okay, stop right there. That's one of them. I'm not saying that we are not having an effect. I'm saying there's not enough evidence to prove either one way or the other that we are causing the effect.
That's not my point. I'm saying let's assume that is the case, right? The question is,
Okay.
even assuming that, is it not a good thing, considering we have a finite amount of resources on the planet? Is it not a good thing if even if it's done just to motivate people to stop wasting and look at increased efficiencies in the way we produce stuff and reduce the amount of pollution that we know has health effects, if nothing else? Is that not a good thing anyway?
Of course, it's a good thing, but now you're asking. Now you're gonna. Now you're gonna ask. You're simply asking people to reduce their effects on their pollution footprint, might you say? So now you're asking people to do it. Whether they do it or not is a personal action, which requires them, or for you or me or anybody else, to take personal action and reduce their pollution output. Correct? So now putting the reliability into the world, which nothing will ever happen because people still want to go have fun. They want to go waste car. They want to go burn fuel. Okay, you get what I'm saying? It's not. And when you put it into law, then it becomes politicized, and now the governments are going to tell you what you can and cannot do.
All right, so Maxwell, is the option then just to sit around and do absolutely bugger all until the water's at the door, the wolves are in the sheep pen, and then we all have to react in the last minute, in which case we're all screwed anyway?
Well, I can't answer your question. Science can't even answer your question. I mean, if you're going to transition to some other form of energy, science better get on its freaking tail and start figuring physics out, because we currently don't have it. Correct?
We don't have technology to produce things like biogas, a solar wave,
not enough to support the current economics of things. No.
Well, that's kind of the point. It's not like you can change everything overnight. This is what I was talking about when you were talking about genocide. That's an immediate change that happens. Well, I mean, regarding basically any science, no science is overnight. And any change that comes out has to come over time. Due to research and things like that. We've come up with plenty of different things to help reduce, but whether or not we're going to make it all, we're going to switch completely over to renewable resources of some sort, or not. I mean, it just takes time.
Yeah, and so if you want to consider renewable resources, I mean, you're gonna need storage for capacity for electricity, for instance. You need batteries, right? So now you got another form of pollution on your hands. What do you do with that? So say we all switch over to solar and wind, we still need storage capacity, which requires some kind of chemical interaction to store the electricity.
There are other ways of storing the energy. For example, in a raised reservoir. It does not necessarily have to be a chemical storage system.
Good point, Good point, But now what happens when nature kicks in and for some reason it doesn't rain in that area of the reservoir anymore, and the shortfall event, you don't have energy storage because the damn weather changes.
Well, here's that's part of it. So would you have a backup? I mean, would there be applications for using fossil fuels or some sort as a backup because we are still dependent on it? Yes, but how far into the future do you want to go? Because we can only do what we can trying to predict for the future that we know of with using our current knowledge.
So in my eyes, what they're going to do, what's going to happen, is they're going to trade one pollution for another. That's basically it. They're gonna resolve the issue of whatever is at hand now, and create a new issue for the future. I mean, so it just seems like a endless circle that will never get solved.
But that's what I was talking about time and science and things, figuring out the implications of doing these things. It may not be immediate, and maybe we're using a renewable resource right now that has an impact in the future that we don't know about. But until then, why not work towards something that is better than what we have?
What is better than what we have? You're old enough to have heard the phrase, the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence, right? Is that true?
Well, a reduction, yeah. Well, yes, but at the same time, it's kind of like, well, we'll just take Ford for example. Coming from all the different models of Ford that have come out since the very first car that have come off of the assembly line, each one has gotten better and better and better. The production line has gotten more efficient. The amount of errors pretty much has been reduced. So I mean, yes, we work towards a better goal. A better goal would have been, in his eyes, was a better car.
Yeah, of course, a better goal. You're always working for a better goal. It doesn't mean you always achieve a better goal. You've just traded old errors for new errors, and in the process, it becomes more convenient for you to use. It doesn't mean that it has actually increased anything. I mean, it's just
right. So Maxwell, then. So what's your solution then?
I don't have a solution. Like I said, like I said before, there's nothing anybody's going to be able to do about it, and you might as well just do the best you can personally to reduce whatever pollution output you're putting, and live a happy life. Get over it. Stop buying into the fear mongering and living on the edge like Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
No.
It's not worth it.
Maxwell, you misunderstand. I am not living on the edge of anything. I'm not buying into fear or anything else. Like I'm not running around shouting, "The sky is falling, the sky is falling." Those words have never left my mouth, and if they have, it's been a poor communication on my part or a misunderstanding on yours.
Well,
What's up, Shills?
I think no matter what, it's the continuing to work towards something, continuing to work towards cleaning up the messes that we continue to make. I think it's much better. Telling them that there's no reason why we should do anything is kind of I don't even know what to say at that. What would be the sense? Yeah, exactly. Especially when you have I think it was a 17-year-old kid who came up with a solution for cleaning up plastics in the oceans. When you have people working towards reducing the amount of plastics that they use in schools, things like that. And those are most of the solutions have been found by kids and people under the age of 30, whereas people that are our age are still kind of working off of the medieval thought process of, well, what can I do?
I think it's kind of defeatist, and if I understood you correctly, it's kind of defeatist to just say, well, we've done all we can. Why do any more?
Is that what I said?
Well, that's what I understood. I don't know if that's what you said or not, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, that's kind of what the implication was when you said, I forget your exact wording, but that's kind of how it was implied.
As far as quit falling for the fear mongering, just do the best you can to your ability to reduce your pollution output and live a happy life. Is that the way you took it? That
Yeah, because I mean, like we were like I just said, I mean, that's kind of telling that 17-year-old kid, don't worry about the plastics in the ocean, on a global scale or anything like that. Just worry about yourself.
Well, why should he have to worry about somebody else's pollution output? Why should I have to worry about your pollution output or anybody else's pollution output? That's not my job.
Here's the
That's your
thing.
personal responsibility yourself.
Here's the thing.
So
It's
if the government,
not my responsibility. It's not my responsibility to go to the ocean
that's
and
fear
pick up the
mongering.
trash
That's
that
all
you've
fear
tossed
mongering.
in, but I still do it.
Speaking from what do you call it? A place of fucking retardation. I don't even know what it's called. What's it called? You're. I don't know
really?
what you're doing
So
right now.
you're okay. You're
you
okay.
couldn't possibly,
You're
Max,
okay.
The thing is, Max, you couldn't possibly have this view with evidence or facts. You're literally just propaganding the fuck out of this. I heard a lot of I thinks.
No, I said you think. So apparently you think it's okay that the government can introduce this new global warming tax and force you to do what they want you to do, and they want you to live how they think that it's fit for you to live.
Are you paying
but
a
yet
global
these
warming
massive
tax right now?
no, but it's getting.
Are you?
It's getting politicized, Sean. It's getting politicized, and it will soon become law.
See, that's the thing.
Okay,
I agree. I know.
Here's the point.
I know it is, and I know that all this carbon crap. That's all money. That's all for money. I know, but you are jumping back and forth for some odd reason. But you need to understand that the carbon taxes and the global this and the
how am I jumping back and forth?
Has nothing to do with the reality that the climate is changing, and you would have to be brain dead to think that our emissions have nothing to do with it. And
there's no evidence that shows
that is 100%. Such a dumb statement. Don't really do it. Go fucking start your car in your garage and inhale the wonderful clean air that you think is there. And then imagine that on a fucking global scale.
I did that yesterday.
Well,
no comment.
There's another way to look at it. I mean, you said each person should be responsible for their own, right?
Well, yeah, everybody. Okay. I mean, so
then
for these people that are pushing this agenda,
then what's wrong with saying be responsible for your own planet, be responsible for your own atmosphere?
Nothing.
So why wouldn't you want to do what you could
just as one person
or in
one
land?
person? You're not going to. So apparently you got some kind of superhuman power, Shills, where you can control the actions of other people worldwide. Apparently you got those superhuman powers.
First off, you're trying to straw man me. Secondly, you're coming across like a dick. I don't know if you're wanting to do that, but that's how you're coming across. And if you have questions, I'd like to be able to clarify my position.
I don't have any questions. I just made a simple statement that climate changes, and if we're causing the increase in climate change, then so be it. There's not a damn thing anybody's going to be able to do about it.
Sure, there is.
That's the problem, right there.
Do you know how you eat an elephant?
Yeah. You ever heard the grass is greener on the other side of the fence?
Do you know how to eat an elephant?
Let's just trade one pollution for another. We'll be okay.
Do you know how to eat an elephant? Hang on, Sean. Sean,
yeah.
Please.
Yep.
I'd like to engage. Do you know how to eat an elephant, Maxwell?
Sure.
One bite at a time.
I said I knew how to eat
a swarm of ants. A swarm of ants or a school of piranha can do a lot of damage to something much bigger than them. And if one person is there, only one piranha fish or one ant, ain't gonna do much. But working together towards a common goal, a lot can be accomplished. That's all I've got to say.
So apparently we have the technology to change the outcome, huh? Why isn't it being implemented?
Shawn, could you post the link for B-Ball? I think he wants to come in, please.
Well, actually, it is. I mean, we've talked about wind farms. We've talked about renewable resources that we've been working with.
Well, that's great.
It's being implemented. Hold on, Maxwell. Jesus Christ. We've been talking about the stuff that we're working towards. It's not going to happen overnight. How many times do we have to say it? It's not overnight.
So you think that by going to renewable energies, that the wind is going to blow a constant easterly direction at a certain mile per hour with sunny skies on a predictable, perfect freaking schedule every day of the freaking year?
When did we ever say that? We never said that, Maxwell.
Why are you strawmanning this? I mean, if you've got no reasonable argument, why strawman?
I can say the same thing about you. Why are you strawmanning?
I'm not. I'm saying that there's plenty we can do. We can continue to push our technology, to learn more, to do better. That's all I'm saying. And those are actually attainable goals.
Anybody hear me?
Well, how do you know that pushing technology isn't increasing the output? So apparently, physics, the laws of physics don't apply here.
So you're saying that we shouldn't try to discover better ways of doing things?
Apparently, you can't. Apparently, in your mind, apparently in your mind, you can get more out of what you put in. That's exactly what you're saying.
No, first off, okay, Shawn G.
Yes,
permission.
Permission.
Granted or not granted?
I have no clue what's going on.
Just stay respectful, shows, and go for it.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Well, then, if it's stay respectful, then I'm going to go ahead and shelve that plan. First off,
anybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, people.
Keep it respectful.
Got
but,
yeah, Maxwell. First off,
a flavor to it.
Maxwell. First off, you are taking on a defeatist attitude. You're strawmanning the situation. You're coming across as a real dick. And I don't know if that's your intention or not, but that is how you're coming across. I'm trying to be respectful. I'm really, really, really trying to stay level-headed here. But you're really starting to annoy me with your shitty-ass little attitude about nothing can be done. Oh, if you want to push technology, then that's just going to trade one thing for another. Have you ever considered maybe we could be pushing towards more efficient engines that use less fuel? We could be pushing towards more efficient more efficient matters of generating electricity with wind turbines or with hydroelectric. You know, that's pushing technology. Okay, it's not a matter of trading one gas burning engine for three others. I mean, if you spend a little time dragging your head out of your ass and listening to what other people are saying, maybe we could move forward with this argument.
Maybe if you do a little study,
I just got one thing to add.
Freaking actually research what's going on, you could have an argument. You'd have no argument.
Well, how about this? How about the fact that in my head I've carried around for over 40 years the design of a new electrical generator. It is starting to come to light. Prototypes have been built, and you know what? It screws up all of those little simulators that say this is how much power you should get out because it's producing more than it should. Okay,
So you got something that defies physics, huh? Is that
no,
what
I'm not saying it defies physics.
You got a
No,
physics defying
don't straw man me. Don't straw man me. I'm not saying it defies physics. I'm saying it's doing more than it should.
Yes, so just to clarify, so he doesn't straw man you are not saying that you are getting more out than you're putting in, correct?
Oh, hell no. I'm just saying it's terribly efficient so far. A prototype actually 2 prototypes have been built, and it's been through multiple simulators, and it's doing way better than most other generators have done to date. So let's talk about pushing technology, okay?
Just out of interest, Shills, what's your fuel?
Yeah, let's go.
It doesn't really matter what's fueling it. It could be wind, it could be water, it could be gasoline, it could be any number of things.
So you're by generator. Then you're not talking about the whole thing. You're talking about the bit that converts the mechanical motion into power. Yes.
You got it. It just creates the electricity. That's the only part I'm dealing with, and I've been carrying this design around in my head for over 40 years.
All right. So I know we cut off B-Ball. So B-Ball, are you still waiting to talk?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing. I know you guys were talking about something earlier, how the I think it was Maxwell saying something about the actions of others don't affect everyone else. Well, just imagine if
I never said that, B-Ball. I never said that.
Your lawn is nice and clean. All right, hold on. Let me finish. So you keep your backyard clean, right? But your neighbor decide they want to throw all their trash in their backyard. At first it doesn't, and over time they keep throwing trash in their backyard. All of a sudden all the rum in your backyard and all the flies and everything, so doesn't that start to affect you?
I never said the actions of others don't affect you. I never said that. I don't know where you got that from. You must have ears plugged or something.
Well, Maxwell, I think the reason why B-Ball said this was because of the statement about how we need to. Yeah. I think it was the statement about everybody should worry about themselves rather than worry about others.
That's the exact opposite of others' actions don't affect you. If everybody took personal action to clean up after them damn selves, there wouldn't be a damn problem, would there?
Maxwell, but that's part of the issue, is people haven't done it. They haven't done it for these past amount of years. That's also why they put into legislation about about throwing trash out the windows while you're driving down the road. That's also why they put into effect the emissions on your cars. That's why they do these things, because in the past they didn't do it, and look at what happens. People don't clean up after themselves.
Hey, Shawn, it's called, Shawn Smith, this is Arran. It's called personal responsibility, is I think what Maxwell is getting after. Or self-responsibility.
I completely understand what he's saying, but like I said, Arran, we're cleaning up messes that we've continued to make over the course of humankind.
I think that's kind of Maxwell's point, is if everybody took personal responsibility for their actions, there would be way less mess. Okay, we would still have the yahoos.
All right. So if people aren't taking responsibility, then isn't it a good thing for the governments to step in and make them take responsibilities for it? Isn't that part of why the governments are there?
No. Because then any legislation that a government that is formed, any legislation that is formed around that action to say we need to force people to be responsible applies to the responsible also, even though we're the ones that want the legislation.
Arran, you're not responsible. You're operating without liability and stuff and insurance and stuff. So
that's 100% responsibility.
No, I totally disagree.
I don't have a government backing. I don't have a government backing if I make a mistake.
Aaron, that's
the
not
government.
the point.
Here's Aaron's point. When it's put into law, it makes the responsible person guilty for the irresponsible person's actions.
Bingo.
That's exactly what it does.
Not at all. Not at
Yes,
all.
it does. Yes, it does.
Yes,
No.
Maxwell.
Because if they were already doing it, how are they going outside of the law? If they were already following the law, how should they be being affected by that law?
I will bet that those that are irresponsible also don't pay taxes, and so, as Maxwell said, the responsible are now being held to task for this law, being the responsible people, and funding the cleanup of the irresponsible.
you're already paying for the cleanup. I'll give you an example. In Northern Ireland.
What do you mean we're already paying? What do you mean? There's already a law for it? Or what?
I will give you an example. In Northern Ireland, the tonnage for medical waste is quite low.
Dude, we're talking about throwing trash on the ground. Come on.
Yes, and if you'd let me finish, Arran, you'd understand where I'm going with it.
Medical waste is a corporate issue.
No, Arran. Arran, be quiet and let me finish, please. Right? In the Republic of Ireland, medical waste is extremely expensive to get rid of. So do you want to know what happened? They paid people to dump it and bury it in a farm in Northern Ireland.
Ooh,
do you want to know? No. The corrupt people running the hospital and the waste removal.
So the medical industry in Northern Ireland is not a government-run or government overseen enterprise. It's not.
Arran, can you stop until I finish giving you an example of the fact that we're already paying for it? Right? When it was discovered that all this waste had been buried illegally, the taxpayer ended up paying for the cost of the removal of all that waste, plus all the contaminated land and the decontamination of it afterwards, so that it was safe again.
Why would the taxpayer pay for that? If the medical industry in Northern Ireland is a private funded company, industry,
they're not. Arran.
Oh, it's public then. So the government controls that, right?
No, Arran. The point is that a corrupt person who was responsible for getting rid of the waste from several hospitals paid people so that he was stealing money. But it was because of that corruption that everybody who paid taxes is already paying for the cleanup. So we're already paying for the people who aren't doing things properly anyway.
Proven point.
That's why there's people who go out.
You just proved my point. You just proved my point, them. Thank you.
No, you no.
Yes.
Then the way you're explaining your.
Hold on, man. I'm sorry, but I swear to God, it's either you two, Aaron and Max, just have no idea how people talk, or you just like interrupting people.
We get along well, Shawn. It's okay.
They and them has been trying to get his point across. They and them has been trying to get his point across for the past 5 minutes, and has been interrupted, I don't know, a total of 10 times.
Because he flip-flopped his point like 3 times, and I was just...
He did not flip-flop his point.
The point that
he couldn't finish his point.
The point that they them made was that you're paying taxes to clean up this stuff that the corruptness created. So yes, you're already being held responsible for the actions for the other people's actions, even though you're the responsible person. You're being held responsible for other people's unresponsible actions.
All right.
Due to
Shawn Smith, do you want to know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this down to me being a complete fuckwit and not be able to explain my point properly. And I will let you guys go.
Them, I'm going on mute. Please explain your point. I'm going on mute.
No, Arran, I explained my point. Obviously, the way I'm saying it is not conveying the right message to you. So I am putting that fault down on me, okay? That's why I'm saying I'm going to let one of these other guys go, because I'm not translating my point properly.
We'll try it again.
Them, can you explain?
No, Shawn, I was being genuine. I think it is my feeling that I'm not translating what I'm trying to say into something that will convey the message to them in the right way. So I'm seriously asking for Shawn or Shills to step in here and have a go at it, because I'm genuinely, I don't know how else to put it across.
Well, I was trying to, I was trying to understand as well, but I really couldn't get the point, because the only thing I heard was an interruption here and you attempting to bring it back to the point. So I really couldn't get it. So if you could please, finish, possibly restart.
All right. So this idea that if they bring in laws, that the people who aren't breaking them or who are doing their bit currently will end up paying for the failure of others to take their personal responsibility, is already happening, regardless if we have specific laws or guidelines for anything that may lead to global warming or environmental contamination or anything else. We're already paying for it. Just because there's no specific laws for a specific case, we already pay for it. So why not have laws that people can be held to?
So you just affirmed what I said. You said that people are already paying taxes for the irresponsible decisions of other people, but the responsible people are the ones that are paying those taxes as well. So the responsible people are being held liable for the irresponsible people's decisions by paying taxes.
Well, how else,
Max?
That's exactly what I said. So I don't get what you're arguing.
How else are these problems supposed to be solved? Okay, you've got generations back of people that were pumping carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. What are we supposed to do? Perform necromancy, raise them from the dead, and then force them to suck up that carbon dioxide?
I don't think it was generations back of people doing that. I believe it was generations back of corporations doing that. GE, Boeing, Standard, all these corporations. Okay, mom and pops don't generate any fucking footprint.
All right, Arran. So you're saying that when you're running your equipment,
it's not you, me, and my neighbor. Okay, it's
right, Arran. So Arran, are you saying that you don't release gases into the air when you're running your equipment?
Nothing compared to GE and Boeing and Microsoft.
Oh,
and
dear
Apple,
God.
and Amazon and eBay. Sure. Go look at a city. Go look at a city.
Carbon alone do you emit from your machine?
In your carbon overlay, how much of that is right? Your carbon overlay is naturally overlaid over a city, correct?
No, you're talking about the carbon footprint. All I'm asking is how All I ask is how much emissions do you believe your machine emits annually?
The state itself, lucky dog, the state itself is one of the largest generators of gases. The state.
And Arran, you're just proving my point that I made earlier. It's a swarm of ants that can do a lot more damage than one. The human race, for a long period of history, has been doing this. It's not just one person. It's 7 odd billion one persons.
The swarm of ants creates the mound.
Bryan, I just posted everything.
Okay, we create everything. It's if you're talking about emissions of the ants, that's hard to relate to, Shills. But why not? Why not instead of saying why not instead? Hey guys, instead of saying the people are creating all these problems, the people, me, you, my neighbor, your neighbor, all your family, your family's neighbors, why not look to the city, right? Where they're generating all this emissions. And it's every city is city run, county run, government run, state run. Everything's government run. And understand that's
all right, Arran. I have a question for you. I have a question, Arran. I'm assuming then, from what you're saying, you live in a rural area, yes?
Yes, I do, of course.
Right. So, what's your carbon footprint compared to somebody who lives in the city?
I think you guys are derailing the conversation here.
Pretty much, yeah. I have no.
It's a little derailed, yeah.
I mean, remember back in the 80s when there was a big uproar about aerosol cans causing global warming, but they didn't care. They didn't care about big industry or cars or automotives as much. That's not true. That's not true at all. It was all about the aerosol can. It's an aerosol can. You got to get rid of the aerosol can, right?
No, that's what you remember.
That was the late 70s, and that was the ozone.
So I mean, these people.
Do you understand the chemistry?
They can sit there and push. They can sit there and push this little idea about something that's little, the aerosol can, but they forget about the big corporations in the industry that's creating this crap.
Big corporations where the laws were passed, they couldn't use CFCs for their refrigerants anymore. They couldn't use CFCs for their repellents anymore. Just like the company in Washington that pumped freaking unlimited amounts of freaking radioactive material into the fucking river. Like the fact that the ozone hole has been slowly starting to heal up now. The fact that we're not receiving so much cancer-causing UVB radiation.
Hey, Shills, where is the ozone hole? Where is it?
Primarily it was over Antarctica and the southern hemisphere.
So we're not receiving. We're not receiving any.
It's patched. There's no more hole.
Oh,
it hasn't
okay, that's
been
good.
Since
so we're not receiving
early
any
90s
ozone
after
holes.
the Toronto Protocol went through. It really started. That's when it started closing back up.
So we're not receiving any more ozone holes and hair frays from the.
That's not what that means.
From Antarctica. Thank you, Shills. Thank you.
I said Antarctica is not southern hemisphere.
Not every one of them is fully on the mend yet. We're still thinner, in the places that were affected as well.
No, and CFCs. So instead of when they outlawed Freon for air conditioning units, so what did they do with all this extra CFCs? They turned it into a dry powder and put it in freaking fire suppression systems.
Styrofoam cups, exactly. Styrofoam fire suppression, exactly.
So where are we going with this? I'm really not understanding. Are we?
They're trading one pollution for another. They're trading one pollution for another.
Shawn, I've been meaning to ask you. Shawn, I've been meaning to ask you. What is the actual topic? I jumped in about 10 seconds before I jumped in.
Yes, that is the topic.
Gotcha.
I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out because we went through from prisons to somehow we got onto global warming, and global warming has continued so far to this point.
Through personal responsibility of the environment that you live in. Personal responsibility.
Yeah, actually, you live in. I'm glad that you brought that up, Arran. The personal responsibility. we talk about personal responsibility quite a bit, and the carbon footprint was brought up, and you said that the people in the cities are producing more of a carbon footprint than the people in the rural areas.
It's not people.
But
corporations.
Okay, hold on, Aaron. Hold on. Now, on an individual basis, if everybody had a little Kubota just like you, everywhere around, and they were running it at the same exact time, don't you think that's going to produce more of a carbon footprint than that corporation?
No, Shawn, because what Arran did was he took the iron ore out of his own land, he refined it, he smelted it down, he made every single part for his Kubota and built it himself in his garage.
That actually brings up an interesting point. What you were talking earlier, personal responsibility versus corporate responsibility. Corporations are creating this footprint to meet the needs and demands of the people who ask for things. This still falls down to people, not necessarily corporations.
So there is no corporation waste, Brian? You've never heard of corporation waste?
That's not what he's saying.
That didn't address my point at all.
Yes, it did. It addressed it exactly, because you're saying that the corporations only produce what the people need, and so therefore we are the problem. The people, the consumer.
No, I didn't say that I didn't say we are the problem. I said in general, it is people that are the problem. Without our wants and without our ingenuity, corporations are not an issue.
So you've never heard of corporation waste ever?
I know that corporations produced waste, Aaron. If you're trying to say that it should be up to every individual in order to maximally take care of it themselves, that would, I think, cause a much higher carbon footprint, because every person has to build a machinery press.
Up a good point. Maxwell also brings up a good point that I could relate into Shawn's point of.
Do you want to answer the fact that if everyone had to machine their own pieces for maximal responsibility? You didn't let me finish or address what I said.
Okay, go ahead. I thought you were done with corporation waste.
I don't think that there's an issue in the way that you're saying there, because corporations have to meet the needs of the people. Do you expect each person to make their own machinery press?
I don't expect that. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
I'm asking because if maximum personal responsibility is what you're going for, every person will need to necessarily machine everything they need themselves in just the amount that they need it.
We're talking about waste, not manufacturing. We're talking about waste, not manufacturing.
If there's no manufacturing, there's no waste.
Very good, they and them. I agree. Yes. If there is no manufacturing, there is no waste.
Once again, it all comes down to the people who have the desire, who have the demand. A corporation largely cannot force you to have something without some sort of compulsive agency like a government above them.
Or marketing, sales,
Marketing does not make things compulsory.
Sure. Well, yeah, it makes it. Well,
sure it does.
It's not compulsory. It increases the chance of you acting upon impulse, but it's not compulsory.
Yes. Compulsory means it's not government. You're not forced to buy it. Yeah, you're not forced to buy it.
Correct.
That's not what compulsory means.
Yeah, it does. Brian.
In the way that I'm using it for economic compulsory, yes, that would be a forced purchase.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Name one product that is a compulsory buy.
In the United States, I'm not sure that we have one. Even with healthcare, the compulsion can be one, ignored, or two, you have a massive number of options to choose from.
Water.
That's a compulsory need, though. That's not compulsory economics.
Compulsory need.
Yeah, we pay for water over here.
Yeah, but paying for water is not the same as being forced to have water.
It is. Yeah, it is, because you cannot tap into the natural water supply that has been supplied by the public utility company. You cannot tap into that, even though you paid for it. Okay, you have to buy a meter, and then you have to be charged for it every month for however much you use of the natural water supply that fills up their reservoir from the
It's
rain.
not, Arran, are you aware
It's
of
not.
the treatment process that water goes through before it runs down those
It's natural when it
pipes?
falls out of the sky, them. Okay, right?
The process is still going to require some refinement. It's going to require some
Arran,
Okay, so
cleansing.
then let
Arran,
me capture my own.
So
Arran, are you aware that it's estimated that every molecule of water has passed through a minimum of 8 humans in the period that humans have been on the planet?
Do you know that it's illegal here in Texas, Northeast Texas, to capture your own rainwater? It's illegal.
that's a
You
that's a
cannot do it.
bullshit law. That's a bullshit law in most cases.
I
It
believe
depends.
it's the same
It's
in
going to depend on it.
California. There's a
It's
bunch
gonna
of states doing it. You cannot capture your own rainwater.
in areas that are arid climates. That's a sensible. It's a sensible law. You want to make sure that enough gets into the groundwater to prevent issues.
It's roof runoff. What do you mean capture enough? You're not,
I'll
you're
tell
down
you
up a river. Come on,
tell you
dude.
what, you run a pipe across to Northern Ireland, and you can take all you can trap all the rainfall that you want and pipe it back across.
If I buy
Because
land,
we've got
I should be able to capture all the rainwater that falls on my land, put it into a pond, and drink it, shower with it, heat it, cool it, do whatever the fuck I want with it. But the government here says, no, you can't do that. You can only do that with a certain amount of gallons. Okay, because you have to let that, you have to let the water go. You have to keep it going down to your neighbor, right? Even though I bought land.
Well, let's say you punch a well on your land, and I own land that's just up the groundwater flow from yours, and I decide, I'm going to start burying all this chemical waste on my land because, I'm taking personal responsibility for my stuff. Suddenly, your groundwater's polluted. Suddenly, you can't drink your own damn groundwater. What it gets down to is my right to
pretty
my
poor
right to
personal responsibilities.
I
my
know, that was
right
funny, right,
my
Maxwell?
right to
That was
swing
funny, wasn't
my
it?
right to swing my fist ends at the tip of your nose.
Yeah, keep swinging.
You didn't hear a damn thing I said, did you? You didn't understand
I'm
devil.
sorry, guys. I'm convinced that Arran and Maxwell are just here on the troll at this stage.
No, I mean Maxwell actually has some decent points that I think are just misplaced in the way he wants applied. But he makes some decent points. They just really need a little bit of adjusting.
No, that's what I mean. We're agreeing on the principle, and that's why I don't know why we've been going around in circles for over an hour now.
Yeah.
Shills,
And also,
Shills just said,
because that's what Arran does.
Brian, real quick. Shills just said that if I have a property next to his and we drill down a well into the same well water, that he's going to dump waste down into that well water and to basically slap me in the face, like how and he called that personal responsibility. I'm gonna dump waste down to the well.
He said if he assumes responsibility, he'll do it.
The water table, into the water table. He's going to do that. That's not personal responsibility. Come on. We all have to live on this earth.
Wait. Aaron,
we all have to live on this earth.
If I'm willing to take responsibility for my actions, it's my land. It's my chunk of aquifer. I can do whatever the hell I want with it.
Aaron, no, all three of you wait. Aaron's trying to bait you back into that because he knows that you're using the term responsibility different than he is. Y'all stop. No, wait. All of you stop trying to bait each other.
I'm not trying to bait him. I have a serious question for Arran. So I have. And Arran, if that's the way you feel, if your neighbour was to pollute your water, why have you not got liability insurance for when you go and do work for somebody else?
Because liability insurance doesn't move onto their property.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw a wrench in this argument and change the subject and ask Bryan what he thinks about the Oklahoma court case against Johnson and Johnson, and that they won, suing Johnson and Johnson over the opioid epidemic. What do you think about that? Do you think that's correct, or do you think that's incorrect?
Good question, Maxwell. He's looking it up. He'll be back.
Oh, I'm sure he's heard about it.
I'm sorry,
I
was that
haven't.
directed at? I wasn't paying attention.
That was directed at you, Brian. What do you think about Oklahoma winning the case against Johnson and Johnson for the opioid epidemic?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the case was. Can you fill me in on it?
So Oklahoma sued Johnson and Johnson for the opioid epidemic that has plagued Oklahoma.
So
I think
the
this. I
people.
think that. I think if it was the people of the state organizing together through the state legislation against it,
Yeah.
I think that's actually fine. That's a good use of keeping a corporation in check.
That's exactly what the people.
So why would the corporation get sued and not the people prescribing the medication for over prescription?
They actually
doctors are going
do.
to get theirs for it. Doctors are getting theirs for it. Our rules are now ridiculous.
The same thing with the Remington deal. I mean, how do you feel that the people of the Sandy Hook deal were their court case against Remington, and they sued Remington for an ungodly amount of money for the actions of a person?
I think you're misunderstanding which end of the stick I'm on here.
Well, I mean,
I was
think
defining a bunch of things. When it really comes down to it, I think a lot of the taxation on carbon is ridiculous. I think the idea of value-added tax for it is even more ridiculous.
Brian, you are the best. You are the best at never answering a question directly or even with a few sentences.
He was answering until you interrupted him, Aaron.
Aaron doesn't want people to answer.
We're talking about carbon now?
Aaron, we're talking about a bunch of things, so you can either listen or continue to be a dick, one or the other.
Showed up 10 minutes ago. Come on.
Arran, just remember, the dick on this panel is me. I'm the asshole.
Yeah, and Aaron, you showed up 15 minutes earlier, so doesn't really matter.
I was right before you, Brian. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Maxwell, I'm neither a full government fan nor a laissez-faire fan, but I think when it comes to carbon, it's not our primary issue at the moment. I'm more worried about potable water and methane release. So I think the idea of regulation through carbon footprint and a lot of that is completely misplaced issues at the moment.
So what do you think about the Oklahoma Johnson & Johnson issue?
Honestly, I'd have to think about that one. That's a very good ethical dilemma. Given my positions.
Yeah. Right. So the basis of that case, O'Brien, was because Johnson & Johnson understated the dangers associated with the addiction and prolonged use of the opioids as opposed to the actual drug itself.
Oh, so they put out false information is what it is.
Yes, they showed down the risk of addiction.
It sounds like this is the reason why we have phase 4 trials now. I'm sorry, Shawn, I stepped on you.
I think there's a huge mistrust in the healthcare community due to cases like that. I'm not one of them. I don't know what's going on with the public about the mistrust in public professional doctors, institutions.
Well, to be fair, in history there have been a lot of things that could make you mistrust us. I fully acknowledge that. Pharma is one thing that I wish didn't fall back on us, but we run off the information that we get from the labs, the papers,
but you're
and everything.
Forced to, aren't you forced to?
No, we're not forced to give anything.
Things, diagnose these things.
No, not by any measure.
Are you working in the public pharmaceutical industry here in the U.S. or where are you at?
I'm talking about as a doctor in the hospital setting and in the clinic setting.
Where are you at?
We're not told to go out of our way to diagnose things.
And I've worked in the pharmaceutical industry.
Where are you at, Brian?
Me?
Yeah.
Northwest Arkansas.
Oh, you're back now?
Razorbacks, go Razorbacks.
Yeah, we sucked awfully today, but our basketball team looks good, so I'm okay.
Real quick, I need a clarification. Maxwell, did when they sued Remington, did they say whether or not they settled out of court or not?
Yeah, I didn't get into reading the whole thing. I just seen that they won their case against Remington for
You know,
some
Well,
I
that's what I'm saying.
personal.
If they, whether or not
For
they
some,
won the, if they won the case, that's a completely different than settling out of court.
yeah, I thought that I seen that they won the case, and which
No,
was
it's not.
astounding to me for uh, for something like that to even happen, because
Yeah,
based
right,
on the
but
personal actions of an individual, that'd be like if I got in a damn car accident, I could sue frickin' GM just because. I mean, that's
right,
basically what it was. I
but
mean,
you
it's
right.
know,
So
I
my,
actually
Sean
I
Smith,
thought
Sean
about
Smith,
I thought about it
settling out
about
of court,
Maxwell.
real quick, settling out of court means that you didn't go into court. Okay, there was
That's
no.
what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to get clarification on, was whether or
You know,
not the trial, if they won the trial or if they settled out of court.
Okay.
you know, Maxwell, I have a better answer to your question now. When it comes to the Oklahoma case, considering that it was about the people being completely misled, I would side with the people. For the Remington case, I think the maximum responsibility for the people who die from Remington firearms falls on the individual who fires them. I think they're different cases. I think the cases aren't similar enough to have a consistent answer.
Agreed, and I think it would be disingenuous to conflate the two.
So
yeah,
no, no.
yeah,
So
I don't
Maxwell's
agree
right.
with either one of them. You know,
Yeah,
the
Maxwell's right.
Oklahoma deal, I don't agree with, because, I mean, if somebody's got a prescription for opioids and they're selling them to their buddy that becomes addicted on opioids, then it's not Johnson and Johnson's freaking problem. Period.
I don't think that was the target demographic, the people who were the recipient of people who were illegally selling.
Brian, I have a question though. As you are a doctor,
Uh-huh.
right? So, my personal experience is I went to school with some very smart people. Okay.
Yeah.
But they are what I class as book smart. So you give them a problem, like specifically in medicine, where if it's these symptoms, X, Y, and Z, it's definitely this disease. They'd have no problem. They will be able to diagnose that in seconds. But do you think there's?
I think
do you
there
think
does
there's
exist
a?
two
Do you
types of
think?
intelligence. There's a
Do you
functional
think?
intelligence and a book intelligence.
Yes. Do you think though that there's enough doctors who are able to look at odd symptoms that present themselves to that may completely change the diagnosis? Do you think there's enough doctors who have that intelligence, or is that an experience thing?
It's largely experience, because there are a lot of things that are only in certain areas that present as though they were something else. In particular, people who who easily get anaphylaxis for a long time, it was considered they had some form of angioedema. Especially in the most recent, because there was a lot of interesting strings of anaphylaxis going around that were suddenly developing in adults. We found out it was actually a new allergy that developed from some sort of infection that you get from a tick bite, and that's how we discovered alpha-gal. Anytime that you run across something new nowadays, something that's never been developed, something that's never been seen before, it begins to be figured out what it is soon. Oh, it's a disease that you can get from a tick that makes you allergic to a mammal sugar. No, it's not like Lyme at all.
What's a mammal sugar?
It's like a glycoprotein. It'll be like a glycoprotein. It'll have a sugar component on it, but it'll likely be largely a protein construct, or if it's one of those, or if it's a peptide on a peptide chain, like a mannose marker. We have lots of sugars that make up the different things in our cells.
Can you name the top 5?
Probably not.
Sucrose, glycose, right? Sucrose.
Is there something similar to Lyme? Yeah, Morgellons is very similar to Lyme. No, it's not Lyme. It has a different organism. It has a different pathology, but its initial symptoms do look a lot like Lyme. No, that would be pathogenesis. Pathology is the things that it does to is the negative things it does to your cells. Morgellons is largely from largely it's going to be from insect vectors. Ticks are a very good one for it. They don't and it's actually for that particular one, you don't find that particular species that's going to give you Morgellons in the same tick that'll give you Lyme. But you can get a co-infection as well. I wish I knew. Alpha-gal is only a diagnosis in the past 10 years or so, or at least a popularized diagnosis. I don't know Morgellons. That one's a bit. That's one's been a bit now. It's still probably only 40 years old or so.
Isn't Morgellons where people think they have threads coming out of their skin or something?
Yeah, because it's basically Lyme disease that progresses to a. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh no, it doesn't make you crazy.
It's abstract.
Well, yeah,
It's
because
abstract.
it takes a while. It takes a while for that species to progress to having the psychosocial symptoms. It takes a long time to get nerve damage.
So, Brian, are you saying it's real? The hairs growing out?
Morgellons?
Yeah.
Alpha-gal is real. Yes, I personally diagnosed a case, and I know a couple of people who actually have it. Yeah. Ebola, no. I'm scared to death. I'm scared to death of someone coming in with a really crappy strain of the flu and getting the entire hospital sick.
Just the flu. That's it.
No, that's the most dangerous. That's the most dangerous airborne thing here.
Hey! And this brother got his flu shot too, right?
Influenza can kill. Influenza
I know,
can
but Brian
kill.
did. Brian got his flu shot, but that's what he's worried about. He's like, oh man.
That's what I'm saying. See, the flu shot cannot cover all strains. It's a prediction based on the shifting that we've seen in the genotypes before. So
you should give
sometimes we completely whiff, and we have to make a new one mid-season.
Yeah. So you should infect kids with it, right? It makes a laugh.
Right.
Yes.
But
Brian.
yeah, we have all these kids infected with it now and then they're going to school, but they're infected with the right hand disease, even though it took a left.
What?
Yeah.
They're not
exactly
infected.
how it works, Shawn.
They're not infected.
Yeah.
Right. Brian, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Right. In the U.S., your child is born, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Between birth and, say, 12 years of age, how many vaccines are they likely to get?
And
let's see. It's about 28 in the first 3 years. And then after that, until they turn 12, there's 1 or 2 a year, maybe.
What? Hey, wait, what did you just say?
Yeah, what the hell?
In the first 3 years of life, you're going to receive between 28 to 32 vaccines.
Some of them are the same though.
Some of them are boosters of the same thing.
I am so happy. Me and my ex, we said F you. They gave him. Well, I trusted my doctor. He was my doctor when he birthed me. He gave him one. It was a 3-shot shots when he was first born, like immediately.
Yep, that's gonna be God, what's that? It's gonna be the Hep B. That's gonna be one. It's not gonna be one of your hepatitis. I'll have to remember. It's been a while since I've done peds.
Tetanus.
Because what he did is he basically he told us, he said I don't care even if you guys declined it, we'll go to court to make sure your son gets those 3 shots, those ones right off the bat. That's like, as far as they were concerned, it's like,
you can't decline it, right?
Wait, who said that? That's it. That's how you lose a license right there.
No. So this is what it was. So like I said, I knew the doctor, and he told me the 3 shots because we already told him our plan. We weren't doing vaccines. He told us, you need to get these 3 vaccines. These are three shots that their son gets in the first fucking minutes of his life are extremely
or they're not
important,
leaving.
And I will do everything it takes to make sure that you do that at the very least.
Or the kid is not leaving this room. Yeah.
No.
Okay, one of those is an antibiotic.
Let me say it again, Brian. This man is a very trusted person. I mean, he's family. Like I said,
I know what you're talking about. Those aren't vaccines. One's a vitamin K shot. One's an antibiotic, and I cannot remember what the third one is.
I may have heard it differently, but but those ones, he said, I don't care.
Oh yeah, there actually is one vaccine in the 3. Hep B, that's the last one.
Yes.
Right. See, here's the thing. In the UK, we don't get anywhere near that number of vaccines.
Well, see, my son didn't do vaccines at all after that. When he was first born, and then I want to say kindergarten. No. Maybe about 6 or 7.
5th or 6th grade, they're going to want them to do an update on their hepatitis panels. Yes.
Yeah, but those ones we got to pick. Yep. We got to pick, like we were able to decline certain ones and shit like that.
In side chat, I have posted the CDC schedule for immunization.
And I'm pretty sure you don't have to do it either. I'm pretty sure if you go to the school and for whatever reason you don't want to do it, you don't have to get vaccinated. I don't think it's law.
No, it is compulsory. If your child is born at what we would call a state hospital, state funded, state run, could be your local hospital. Most of here in the U.S.
it's called a public
state funded.
It's called a public hospital.
Public hospitals. You have to follow protocol. If you choose to walk in that door to have a child born, you have to follow. If you walk into that door and they close the door,
right. Wait a minute. I'll freely admit that I'm not from the US, but
sorry, they and them. I thought I was cutting you off. Was I cutting you off? Or I'm sorry. Okay, you cannot leave that door. You cannot leave that room unless you've finished. The operation procedures.
Can I ask Brian a question then?
Which includes certain shots. Now, I'm not against that. Hey, if I go into a state hospital, because you could have natural birth. I mean, come on, Shawn. I could have natural birth, right? My wife could have natural birth.
Okay.
No big deal. The kid would come out fine. Everything's fine. But if we choose to walk into a state-run hospital, we do have to follow. Well, first of all, right when you walk in there, even if your wife's in labor, you have to fill out the paperwork real quick, don't you? You got to fill out paperwork real fucking quick.
No,
and you're agreeing to all this shit.
First of all, that's Aaron. No. First of all,
which means,
they wouldn't.
Shawn, all I'm saying is,
I have someone who spent a lot of time in emergency rooms. I'm gonna tell you right now,
Shawn. All I'm saying is that you have to follow your agreement.
Let me
your
finish.
Agreement to
Aaron,
enter their
I
hospital.
Swear to God, I'll
ask
meet your ass in a
Brian. Ask
heartbeat.
Brian.
Stop.
Aaron, you're
run me to Brian's
Stop
hospital
fucking
and tell him to
talking.
cure me of this and then run
I'm
away.
gonna boot you off my fucking panel. Stop
that.
talking. I'm not in a bad mood. Do not make me go into a bad mood.
I know
Aaron.
you sound
I'm
pretty
serious.
chill. You sound chill. I'm chill.
There's no hospital on Earth. Well, I ain't gonna say on Earth. There's no hospital I've ever heard of, know of, or been to in my life that If I go in with my pregnant wife, who is the water's broke, shit's going down, we gotta go. Guess what? Yes, they will hand your ass a clipboard at some point, but at no point do they stop what need helping her at all. So, and I'm gonna tell you right now, there's no hospital that will demand an epidural. Not one on fucking earth. They will not tell
No, you
you.
cannot
Well,
give a
wait.
painkiller.
Unless there's medical shit going down. But if you're healthy, you do not have to fucking get an epidural. Period.
You don't fill out that clipboard, then who's going to pay? Right?
I didn't.
That
I'm gonna
has
tell you right
nothing to do
now.
with the epidural.
I'm gonna tell you right now. If you can't read and you can barely write, they will fucking wait. No matter how long it takes you to write that, whatever you need to write down on that clipboard, but at no point, I will say it again, will they stop helping your wife.
Now,
No, they might,
correct.
because if you can't fill up, go ahead. Sorry.
Now, Brian, do correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in an emergency situation, it is illegal for a hospital to turn you away.
No, they can't.
The only way a hospital can, they can't even if it's a situation that they physically cannot work on there, they have to take you and find a way to get you to what to do, or patch you as best as humanly possible to get you elsewhere.
So, in other words,
hang on, I can give you an in-person 100% example of that. When I was helping my buddy out at a judicial tournament, and I put a pocket knife through my wrist, slitting my arteries and the tendons and all the nerves. I ended up going to a hospital, luckily in time, to patch me up just enough to get me 5 minutes away to a trauma hospital, or a hospital that did trauma surgery. And
Correct.
And that's exactly what Brian just said, is exactly how it happens. They brought me there, or I had friends take me there, luckily in time. They literally assessed the situation, did the fucking rudest patchwork they could, and it bolted me to trauma. That's all they gave a fuck about. They had not one time until I had woken up for at least 3.5 hours after surgery and all that shit, did they give me anything to look at about signing. Arran, you have no clue what you're talking about. That paperwork means shit all to the emergency. I'm telling you now, I've broken things, I've
because
twisted,
we
I've
paid
pulled,
for
I've
it,
done
Tom.
so many things where I've
paid
had to go
for
in by
it.
myself,
Yeah,
and not one piece of paper did I fill
people-
out when I needed to be in an emergency room.
Shawn, the people already paid for it. You're exactly right. The hospitals do take a second back seat to payment when it's an emergency and trauma surgery.
And you're telling me
Absolutely.
childbirth
Thank
isn't an
God.
emergency?
Thank God. Well, you said it was trauma surgery. They airlifted
For
you
me,
into trauma.
but I'm also putting pregnancy in that same
The,
boat.
the pregnant lady was the first example.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know,
I,
but I'm
had
going
to
on
keep
to-
going because
okay,
you
which
wouldn't
examples
listen.
do you want me to take here, Shawn?
All of
Brian.
them, because all of them are correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So before
Because it's already been paid for, Shawn. It's already been paid for. Whether you pay taxes,
That's all right.
or we pay taxes,
Question.
it's all been paid for. Okay, by the responsible that don't use that service.
Wait. Time the fuck out. Are you telling me that I'm irresponsible and I don't pay?
No. I'm saying that if you break your leg,
That's
you
exactly
go
what you just
use
said,
the
Arran.
service.
Arran,
You better go use the service. You paid for
use
it.
the service.
So did I.
What does that mean? So you don't think I have insurance?
I'm
Do you have
saying that
insurance?
if I break
you
my
have
leg,
insurance,
I'm
Arran?
going to count
Arran,
on your
Arran,
payment to pay for my
hang on, Arran.
surgery.
Do you have insurance?
Shawn,
No,
if I
Arran.
break
So
my
you
leg,
are the actual. You're the fucking person who actually leeches off people that have insurance. And you're sitting here talking to me like that's what I have done.
I've never been to a hospital here in the United States.
Talk
Never.
about personal responsibility.
I've never
Right.
been to a hospital here in the United States.
Brian, can I ask you a question to clarify something that Arran claimed earlier on?
If he'll let you, yeah.
Right. So, unless I misheard, Arran claimed that if you bring your pregnant wife to a public hospital in the US, that they will not allow you to leave unless the child has certain vaccines. Is that correct or bullshit?
That is false.
Hold on. The question was directed to me, right? Then
No, the question was directed towards Brian because he's a doctor.
Oh, fuck.
The worst part is, Arran, we were just talking about that, man. You don't listen.
I'm going to introduce a new word to you, Arran. You've been bloviating.
What does that mean?
Look it up.
Yeah. Bryan,
just tell me, fucker.
Right.
My Google works, motherfucker. I'm just lazy.
It means farting out of your mouth. Basically, is what it means. Basically.
Right. Well, Bryan, can I ask you another question, slightly off topic?
Okay.
Right. So, in the UK, there is a public perception that cases of things like cancer and stuff is increasing. From your experience, do you think that's likely the case, or the fact that we are just getting better at diagnosing things earlier and therefore there's more cases being identified?
It's actually a combination of three things. You've hit two of them on the head right there. One, it is more prevalent, but the reasons for that are we're very good at diagnosing it now. So you get people who live through one sort of cancer just long enough to catch something else. You have people who are now. Then there's the length of time that we live. You're now living old enough, to a late enough age to get cancer. Sorry, I got a truck passing by. And then the third thing escapes my mind. Cancer is becoming a more prevalent thing simply because we are more likely. We're living long enough to get it. It's very easy in our lifespan to be in that time period to be exposed to more carcinogens.
How do we not know exactly what to do about it? How is it because to me it just seems like the one is you know where you know how we're getting it, we know what it affects, but we just can't kick its ass.
As I understand it, and do correct me if I'm wrong, Bryan, but as I understand it, each case has to be taken on its own. There are, particular types of cancer, but each person reacts differently and has to be treated differently with various therapies in order to try and defeat this monster that's growing inside them.
Yeah, for some reason, some people respond better to some things than others. Sometimes they can't even tolerate the medication, like Taxol drugs can really absolutely obliterate certain people.
Yeah, my uncle has cancer. He just went through his final chemo, and he's done. He's so over it. It's like he said the chemo wasn't even the worst. It was the meds that he was getting was what was really fucking him up.
Yep.
A friend of mine is now dealing with cancer as well. He's it looks like he's got it beat. So cross fingers. Thank goodness for that. But he caught it early. He and I were having a conversation. And he was describing some issues he was having, and I told him, I said, you need to go ahead and see a doctor. And he said, no, I'll be all right. And I said, listen, if your situation doesn't get better in about the next week, promise me you'll go see a doctor. He did.
Can I ask a question to Bryan? What is cancer in a term in your field? What is cancer? What is that thing?
As we describe cancer, it is a oh man, what's the best way to say it? It's not necessarily even to say you have a tumor. To say you have cancer is to have a constellation of symptoms. It's very similar to a syndrome. Someone who has cancer very most often has a mass. Now you can stage it differently, and each one's going to be different. And so you could have a defective cell line in a progenitor tissue, and that generates it, and then you don't even have a mass. Cancer is just a term that we give for a potentially metastatic disease that is from the proliferation of certain cell lines.
Is it white cell,
once it's taken its course
driven
upon something, it's becoming cancerous.
What drives this? What drives this cancer to feed?
The cancer defeat, or defeat, or what did you say?
Yeah, what is it? White cell, T cell, red cell, vein driven? You said it's vein driven. What causes this cancer to feed or to?
Cancer cells rapidly divide and they rapidly produce cellular products. So a lot of the waste that you get is because they are literally eating the rest of the energy out of your body as they pick it up over time. And usually
they get it from your bloodstream, let's say. Okay.
Yeah, but almost any part of your body can get cancer. Your bones can generate a cancer. Your different bone cells can generate different cancers. Your bone marrow can generate a dozen different cancers without thinking about it.
And
Brian, a question
there's
then.
no cure for this. You know how they can get it, but there's no cure for it.
Not yet. It's really difficult work. A lot of it you'll have to track down and find a way to eliminate specific cell variants without wiping them all out.
You've had the cases. You guys, you professionals, have had the cases, right?
You know how long we've had the ability to target down to the DNA level? Not very long, considering that the DNA wasn't even mapped until the early 90s.
Bloodstream driven. Now it's DNA level, right? So now you're saying it's DNA level.
Aaron, you're the only one who says it's bloodstream driven. I just told you how they get fed.
Yeah,
you told me.
Aaron, don't fucking start.
All right, Brian, can I ask you a question, please?
Okay.
Right. So, in the UK, it is becoming more common, as it appears to be in the US, to make claims like things like CBD oil cure cancer and stuff. How?
What? I've never heard of curing cancer.
Oh, a friend of mine has just lost a friend because he's even though the chemotherapy had reduced his tumor by over 25%, he stopped it because he bought into CBD oil would cure him.
Yep.
But
and in China they're doing it every day.
Arran, can I please be allowed to ask my question?
They and them, I was supporting him.
But Brian, as a medical professional, how the hell do you cope with that stress of the job where somebody may come in with this idea that rejecting conventional treatments is their best option?
Well, largely it's getting them to explain to me why they think that way, and see what they need to see. Because if it's one of those things to where they say it's researched, I just want to talk to them about the research, how they feel about it. I'll see if they'd like some patient education in the area. We can set up either another time or take a little extra time if we have it, in order to discuss things like that. Because CBD does a lot of very wonderful things, including reducing inflammation on a rather consistent level.
Oh no! I personally believe that CBD oil has a lot of benefits as supplementary to a lot of conventional treatments for various different conditions.
But yeah, a lot of the way I deal with people who come in with things like that is, are you sure you've got the whole story? Who made the claim? And then just kind of unpack it a little bit with them and tell them that they don't have to believe it. And if it's still working for them, I just ask that they do it along with the rest of the treatment. Because if CBD is as good as they say, it shouldn't interact with anything else.
So Brian, you've never done any research into CBD oils.
Aaron,
that's not what he said, Arran.
I don't, and I really don't value your opinion right now, Aaron. So if they and them is having a chat with me, can you please wait for us to finish?
If your medical book told you, your medical regular guidelines for 2020 told you to look into CBD oils, would you?
Yes, but the medical guidelines said look into CBD oils. Yes, that means that it's a class 1A necessity.
Absolutely, but so far in 2019, they haven't done that, right?
I don't think you understand what the medical guidelines are versus what pharma research is.
Shills was trying to ask a question. Arran, can we please let him?
Yes, Shills.
Well, I was actually wanting to share an anecdote. My nephew has spent some time smoking a lot of pot, and I asked him. I said, "Why are you doing this?" You know, I used to do my share, and I've been clean 28 years. And I asked him, I said, "Why are you doing this?" And he said, "Oh, there's this health benefit, and there's that." And I said, "That's bullshit." I said, "Why don't you just admit you're doing it because you want the buzz?" And he's like, well, no, it's been proved. Marijuana, extracts can kill cancer cells in a petri dish. And I said, yeah, a 38 can do that too, but I'm not going to stick that in my mouth. CBD oil is something I have been experimenting with recently due to some physical issues I've got. I have found personally that it really doesn't do anything for my pain. It does help a little bit with my sleep, and it does nothing for my anxiety. So for sleep augmentation, it works wonderfully. I shouldn't say it works wonderfully. It works a bit. I'm able to sleep about another 20 to 50% more when I'm using CBD oil. But others have said, it helps with anxiety. It didn't help with that. Others have said it helps with pain. Didn't work for me with that. So it's different for everybody,
Right. So here's the thing, Bryan. How much, in your opinion, do you think that's from a placebo effect or from the actual compounds that are in CBD?
CBD oil actually does have a measurable effect in terms of inflammation. It's unsure how much of it can be used consistently, which is one of the major reasons why pharma is not having a good time using it for things at the moment.
Pharma. What do you mean pharma?
Pharmaceutical research and pharmaceutical companies.
Okay.
A lot of what you're doing here is going to be trials run by doctors, but pharma is going to provide us with a lot of the formulations and things like that.
Don't say that word, Bryan, because that to us that's a theorist word.
There is no us. That's just your retardedness.
Okay, what's the difference, Bryan? What's the difference, Bryan, between THC and CBH?
And CBD? Well, one's
psychoactive and one's not.
Yeah. One of them is sorry, I got a rattle going on in the back.
I'd like to address something that was brought up in YouTube chat. Gleam. THC, if I was to pursue medical marijuana in my state, I live in Minnesota. And in order to get medical marijuana here, it costs you $200 a month for the I'll use the term in quotes, the license to use medical marijuana, and then you have to pay for it yourself.
Yeah, state grown plant, and then you have to pay for it.
Can I finish, please, Arran? You've been bloviating.
Sorry.
I am looking into that possibility, Gleam, and that is something that I'm pursuing as far as information gathering. But it looks at this time as if it's not going to be a possibility for me, which is unfortunate because I could walk down the hallway of my apartment building, knock on half the doors, and have 10 offers to sell. So it's
all right, Shills, I do have a request though. If you get lucky and your generator takes off and there's a success, and I sincerely wish you luck with that, just remember all your friends when you're a multi-millionaire that you're all going to fly us over there, and we'll go to a state that it is legal then.
Well, I'll my first thing is if I do get lucky and this thing actually does work out, I intend to set up some scholarship funds.
Either that or send us your address so we can come visit your grave after Big Oil kills you.
I plan to try to leave a positive legacy in this world. I've done a lot of terrible things to some good people in my life, and I regret that.
By the way, this would have been, if you ever want to have this conversation again, I highly suggest having it with Bob. Bob has done research in the field.
Bob.
I was gonna try to get a hold of him. I wanted to talk about that. Damn it, Arran! Shut up. I think did I mute the wrong? Yeah, okay, good. I wanted to talk to Dr. Bob because I remember him saying he had no problem talking about it, and I want to get that conversation between me and you, Bryan, as soon as possible. So you said give you a 2-day notice.
Yeah, that'll give me. Even 1 day notice. I just need about 24 hours to review and get really well acquainted with the pros and cons, and not the pros and cons, the good and the bad
Yeah,
in both results and intention.
Yeah,
that would be a great show.
Sorry, what have I missed when I've been away working my ass off?
I was just Aaron trolling.
No, David, there's going to be a show.
Sean, I did not miss that at all.
Sean. I wanted to ask a question.
What he said was he was thinking about getting Bob the Science Guy on here to talk about medical marijuana, CBD oil, things like that. And I think that'd be a wonderful topic to.
Yeah,
to
no, I'm referring to the talk between that where Bryan comes into this. From what side's Bryan coming into it, or is it just as an additional supporting evidence, or what?
Oh no, that's an entirely separate show.
Hey Bryan,
let
me give you.
I wanted to have a conversation with the doctor without like Aaron's.
God damn it! God damn it!
Bloviating.
You got Pepto-Bismol? You should down some of that.
All right. Well, I have a question for the doctor then, because we've been talking about pharmaceuticals and their effects.
Turn. It's
No,
my
it's
turn.
not, Arran. You've been bloviating.
Bloviating.
Right, Bryan. I have collapsing discs in my neck, and one of the problems is my doctors are struggling to find we're struggling to find something that would actually relieve the false pain that the trapped nerves were sending to my brain. And things like the painkillers they were giving had little to no effect, even up to the point where when I had to go for the operation, the only thing that worked was the morphine injections that I got in hospital. And things like I don't sleep very well, and even pharmaceutical sleeping tablets didn't work on me. Why do you think that is?
Oh, well, nerve pain is really a difficult subject, and once again, that's something that would be best with Bob. I'm not a pain specialist, but when it comes to pure relief, as long as the nerves are inflamed and as long as they're able to transmit, the only thing you can really do is try to block as many receptors in the brain, which is the thought process behind opioids and other pain blocks are. Is if you can plug up the sensors, no matter how much pain's actually being sent to your brain just doesn't recognize it's there.
And what about why was something like, because when I was given sleeping pills, I literally got 1 hour sleep in 3 days, because whatever effect they had in my system, I could not sleep.
I wonder if it.
I couldn't say that without knowing more about the situation.
You're dealing with neuropathy, I presume.
No, I'll be honest. I didn't really worry about it, and an ex-girlfriend whose mum was a pharmacist, she got worried about me, so she decided that she'd get me some really strong sleeping pills to help me sleep. And literally, I stayed awake. I had 1 hour sleep in 3 days after taking them.
Okay, neuropathy is something I deal with. I have a lot of nerve damage on the left side of my body. And it's the left side because most people are right-handed, and when you're struggling with someone, you take a lot of damage to the left side of your body since most people are right-handed. But Gesundheit. But consequently, I'm dealing with a lot of neuropathy right now, and if you're dealing with sleep issues because of the pain, etc., you may want to consider CBD oil as something to
you see, this is the thing. All my pain wasn't real. That it was literally because the nerve was trapped in my neck. I was getting false signals being sent to my brain. And the sleep was something completely different altogether. Like, I haven't slept properly from I was 10 years of age.
Listen.
I misunderstood you. I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
Listen a little bit. Shills will tell you.
Don't take the bait. They and them. So what was the question involved in that?
Basically, why is it likely that something like a pharmaceutical sleeping pill didn't have any sort of effect?
That's just going to largely depend on your independent biology. Some people are very unaffected by things. I've seen a person who stayed awake through what should have been enough to put down a person twice in size in propofol before.
Or kill them. Yeah.
All right. So
I can drink about 5 energy drinks and fall right asleep. So
Yeah,
I figured.
it's here's a good example. I was on 3,000 milligrams of gabapentin, and it did nothing for me. I might as well have been taking sugar pills.
Yeah,
what were you taking with it? Because gabapentin is all right by itself, but it really needs an additional agent to have full effect.
I don't recall, but my doc was my doc had me on some pretty potent stuff by most people's standards, but for me personally, it just didn't work.
Yeah,
so,
the gabapentin is supposed to be a facilitator.
Yeah, but
so each person's biology is different, and that's why you need a real good relationship with your doctor.
Because we can't tell by looking at you that you're going to have a different density of receptor profiles for an opioid versus a potentiator.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the great thing is, though, it does mean you can have fun when you go into the hospital. Because when I went in for the C6, C7 cervical disectomy, I had a trainee anesthesiologist, and I scared the shit out of her because she started taking my pulse when they were wheeling me into the operation room, and she went just completely pale white. And she tried again, went over to the fully trained anesthesiologist and whispered something to him. And he came over and he took my pulse and he pissed himself laughing because she was worried because my heart rate was only sitting at 45 beats a minute prior going into for surgery.
Shawn G.
What, Arran?
All the panel members are either medicated or being subscribed by one that.
I'm not. No, Arran.
I mean, listen to this.
I'm not medicated.
These guys are medicated. Are you kidding me? I'm not medicated. I'm a flat earther.
Yeah,
I'm
Actually, Arran, you're an alcoholic. You're an alcoholic. You're not a flat earther.
I'd like to address this.
I'll agree with that.
Arran,
can we go down the line on this one? Jesus.
Arran,
let's go down the line.
Arran, I could be in a coma and still be 10 times smarter than you.
No worries. All right.
Well, and yes, Brian, let's go down the line. Arran, I haven't been medicated in 8 years since I had the operation on my neck. And even before that, I literally didn't take painkillers and stuff because none of them worked for me.
Have you tried acupuncture?
I have.
After my surgery, I actually only took 1 round of pain pills and didn't take any after that because I just don't like them.
And by the way, Arran, the medication I'm on right now is 200 milligrams of Lyrica taken twice daily. That's Lyrica is pregabalin.
I don't take anything. So I don't know what you're talking about, Shills.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't take anything.
Aaron,
I'm not medicated.
Aaron, what's
aside
your
from that,
excuse? What's your excuse?
Aside from that, I'm doing ibuprofen and Tylenol. That's my medication.
Shills, I hope that you're okay. And that's why when you were gone for a while, I was the first one to ask, where the fuck is Shills? And you came back. Thank you. But yeah, I don't take any fucking pills. No worries. You know, I'm liable.
Well, when you get to be my age,
I don't break
you'll start
my
hurting a
leg
lot
on
more.
purpose.
All right, can I address something in the chat, please, Arran?
What's that? Go ahead, Dan.
Brian, in the chat, Dave Rakia has put, false signals are definitely real, and he did pain management with his daughter when she was a high-level gymnast, and she can handle pain like no other. You can teach your body to trick the brain. The body produces enough pain meds.
That is true.
I'm not sure what he thinks I said. I said that false pains in terms of aberrant firing occur. I have no idea why he's saying that I believe the opposite. That's part of the idea of fibromyalgia.
No, well, that's what I'm hoping he'll give us a bit more clarification. So, am I wrong in stating in my case with my neck then that the pain signals that I were getting?
No, you're not wrong. You
were getting pain signals. You just weren't getting them from the end, or was it from the ending itself? You were getting it from irritation along the pathway.
Yeah. So is it right to call them false, or is it wrong to call them false then?
Those are very very real. It's a neuropathic pain.
Oh, I know it was real because I literally ended up on a ball in the floor with the pain and stuff, but I suppose
the only thing I would consider a false pain is somebody who's got purely psychosomatic pain, someone whose mindset has them generating the concept of pain within their brain, even though they have nothing physically wrong, which does happen.
I would like a moment, if I could, if the panel could bear with me, to address that comment in YouTube chat. Would it be okay to do that? Are you guys all right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Dave, when you go through life and it feels like your legs are constantly on fire and you're simultaneously, occasionally, and randomly being stabbed by a red-hot ice pick, and this goes on for years and years and years, it beats you down, it wears you down, it sucks away all the joy out of your life. Don't tell me that's not real, because it is real, and that's what I live with. So set your legs on fire and start stabbing yourself with an ice pick.
So Shills, he's give a little bit of clarification. He's saying that he wasn't saying anyone was wrong. He was saying that the brain can be tricked both ways. Usually, pain that is fake is psycho reasons.
Yes.
He means psychosomatic. So yeah, this is the difference between end organ damage pain, true pain, neuropathic pain versus psychosomatic pain. Gotcha.
In that case, I'd like to apologize for thinking otherwise, and I thank you for your clarification. I was wrong.
That's why I read the comment out, because I was hoping you'd give us further clarification. Nobody was having a go at you because we were just wondering what you meant by it. So, thank you.
Hey, Shills, I'm sorry about your pain there. We were on the CBD and the THC oils being a possible useful intake, because I want to step closely here with Bryan on the other end, so I'm stepping very small. CBD oils and THC oils, THC smoke, if you could call it that, as possible remedies or recommendations for certain hot knife pokes into my knee. Like,
have you tried hypnosis?
Right. What about hot knife pokes into my knee, like Shills just said? Okay.
Neuropathic pain?
Is hypnosis a feasible treatment, Bryan? Is hypnosis a feasible treatment, Bryan?
Honestly, in the situations I've been in, I haven't known it to have any effect. Some people in outpatient claim it works, but the majority of those papers are papers I don't read.
I have had some success with my sleep issues via acupuncture. Acupuncture has been great for me, and I do recommend it.
Yeah.
All right, if it works for some people, I'm not going to tell them it doesn't.
Chinese medicine.
Hey, if it would work, I'd piss on a spark plug. I wouldn't care. But I have bouts of insomnia where I'll sleep minimally for weeks at a time. And when I say minimally, I'm saying like, maybe half an hour a day. And
I'm actually kind of an oddity when it comes to things like that. When it comes to looking for ways to be treated, I'm very much in the camp of right to try.
Yeah. But I had some issues sleeping, and I got a chance to have free acupuncture done. So they did this thing on me called a Shen circle, where they had needles down both sides of my spine and up at the very top of my head. I called that the antenna. But after the acupuncture was done, I went and laid down, and I slept for about 9 hours. And that for me personally was unprecedented during one of my insomnia sessions.
Shills.
Yes.
I was away from the microphone, but I really wanted to say it when you said it, so I have to say it now. I see you peeing on spark plugs for fun.
Pretty much, right? Zap.
Well, considering he's the child of, what was it, a chainsaw, and what was it, Shills?
He's a mechanical engineer. Of course, he's going to pee on the spark plug.
I'm the love child of a satanic grizzly bear and an angry chainsaw.
Yeah, you pees on spark
Shills,
plugs.
just don't eat the spark plugs after you pee on them.
This way, Shills, if you had to pee on spark plugs, would it have been the first time?
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to.
I know.
No, but if anyone is curious about acupuncture, I will give you anecdotal evidence. Notice I did say anecdotal evidence that it did personally work for me. And you know what? It might be worth giving it a try.
Chinese medicine. Boom.
Don't they eat tiger nuts and shit?
Oh, and you know that rhino horn and tiger penis bone is the best Viagra.
Yeah, that's where I knew it from.
Do you know how much profit Viagra used to make Pfizer?
Isn't that illegal though?
Yeah.
Oh, it's super illegal, but that doesn't mean they still aren't hunted for things like that in specific places.
Yeah. Do you know how much profit though Viagra used to make Pfizer?
For a while, it was literally the most profitable drug in the world.
It still is. Nah.
They promoted.
Do you know how much profit it was making?
I have no idea, but I know the University of North Carolina hasn't seen a dime from Pfizer past the funding allotment.
Billions, and yeah.
Try 100 million an hour.
That's a lot of boners.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know what the second most profitable drug was?
Something to make your dick go soft again.
No.
That's it. What year was this?
This would have been around 2004.
All right, and are we talking things that aren't necessarily OTC?
Yeah,
yes.
Prescription. Yep.
Okay, so I don't know if it's going to be a specific drug then, because over the counter it would still fall second to aspirin.
This is something
units sold, not profit. My bad.
This is something that has to be prescribed.
I won't know it then. That was well before my time in medicine.
Not a clue.
Probably
it was Advair.
Oh, really? That makes sense. That would have been right at the birth of today's COPD exacerbation outbreaks.
Yeah. So, you're now using son of Salmeterol and stuff, I believe, in the US.
Yeah, Salmeterol. Yeah.
Yeah, and that profit. Now, remember, this was the second most profitable drug at the time. That was only making a 1 million pound profit per day.
That's still not bad.
I was walking down. This is again Minneapolis. I was walking down the street, and this guy kind of popped out of an alleyway, ironically, and said, "Got Viagra." And I looked at him and I just started laughing. And I said, man, if I took a Viagra, my old lady would kill me because I keep her busy enough as it is. I may be old.
Sketch. It's like Grandpa can have wood again. Your grandma's like, oh shit, I thought the war was over.
I may be old, but I'm still active.
The problem is they were for sale on the streets. You know,
that's the part that freaked me out. It's like, he's not selling, weed or anything. He's like, I got Viagra. It's like, what?
He was selling a pharmaceutical.
Can I address something in the chat, please? Glenn, what do you mean by the NHS is ripped off the most? Because compared to what we pay in the US as for the cost of drugs being sold at the hospitals compared to the US is completely different, and we pay well under the odds compared to what the Americans do.
Yeah, our free healthcare.
If he's talking cost markup versus production cost, it's absolutely out of line in a lot of drugs. No one denies that in any way.
Aaron, you've never been to a hospital in America, so you have no word to say on this.
Yeah, but my sister has, my brother-in-law has, my family has, my dad has.
So Shawn, can I ask you a question then?
Yep.
You just did.
For the operation on your hand.
And they didn't fix them. By the way, they didn't fix them, Shawn.
Arran.
That's the thing.
Arran, I'm not talking to you. I'm speaking to Shawn G at the moment, please.
Sorry, Damon. How
much would that operation have cost you, or did you see what it cost your insurance company?
Yeah, it would have been about $75,000. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
You just did.
Now, can I ask another question?
You just did.
Now, can I ask another question?
I will allow you to ask a question further than your permission.
Can I ask another question?
Yes.
Thanks.
The reason I asked Shawn is because do you want to know how much it cost me to have that operation on my neck?
$5.
Nothing.
A pint at the pub.
Well, it cost me $12,000.
Yeah, that operation on my neck literally cost me nothing, and I'm now in the medical books in the UK as well.
And thanks to my tribal health care, my stuff costs me nothing. I pay my bills by signing my name and writing down my tribe.
Can I tell a small story, Shawn?
No, shut up.
Using Aaron's name at the hospital, I don't have to pay a dime either.
Can I tell a small story? A small story, Shawn? It's about my dad. Come on.
As long as I can say one sentence first. As long as I can say one sentence first.
You just did.
No, I'm asking. I am about six drinks past what I should be. So go ahead, Aaron. Make that 7.
Have a good one, Dave.
So Aaron's got nothing to say, so let me talk about random things.
Makes me happy.
It's amazing how much better I feel when I get some rum in me.
I was just gonna say, if you guys don't start talking, I'm gonna end this motherfucker. This is for you guys now.
Yeah.
Well, going back to
oh, you had me muted.
when you were asking about going around the panel.
You are welcome, guys.
Shills, please tell me who muted him, please.
Me, I did
That
it.
was so awesome.
Fuck your
Best
CBD.
mute
Fuck
ever.
all that. I'm the best guest ever. Okay, hold on. I have
Oh,
a question.
Aaron, you had asked a question of the panel, and I never did get to give you my answer. Since we
He's
were going around
alleging his own.
Okay, let me go
let
back
me
to
let,
John
let me
Smith.
let me
John
let me
Smith,
let
go
me
ahead.
let me do mine. I
He's
don't take
alleging in
anything.
his own mind.
I don't take anything. I don't drink. I don't do anything. I am so what?
You're boring. You're totally
Boring?
boring.
How is that boring? The funny part is I
I'm
can
saying
go out
that's
to a
why you're
bar.
boring. Yeah.
I can go out to a bar and
So, Zod,
have a
what were
great
you
time.
saying before you got so rudely interrupted?
What I was saying was, you know, I know people that have done the CBD oil, and there's some great things that supposedly happen with it, but I guess until we get all the research in with it, we're just going to keep hoping that it does do something.
What about the THC smoke? Right?
What about it?
You tell me. Is it good or bad for someone to do that?
I don't want to stink up my apartment.
Well, that depends on the person.
Okay, cool. I'm in the same boat. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I actually never did answer that question. I currently take nothing, and I do my best to prescribe only what my patients need. Never more, never less.
Okay, cool. So now I have a question.
That is excellent. That is excellent. Go ahead, Aaron. Fuck things up.
Okay. So my father last year was leaning over the front end of his truck, and he was lifting off an intake, and he's 74 years old, and he immediately went down. Listen, he immediately went down. I wasn't there. He immediately went down into pain with his hand held on his stomach. My mom, actually, he hobbled his way up to the house. It's like 200 yards away. And my mom was like, what's happening? And he laid down on the couch, and he had his hand, gripped on his stomach. Brian. So I'm talking to Brian, seriously.
Okay.
So my mom said, okay, she's not a doctor. She doesn't know what to do. She gave him some soup, gave him a blanket, lay down, and he couldn't breathe. And no, he didn't need to go to the bathroom, didn't need to do any of that, right? He was just in pain, and he laid there for about 24 hours, and he was still just in pain, just holding this one spot in his lower rib cage. And so my mom took him to the doctor, hobbled him over there. He couldn't even walk, had no energy gone, couldn't even get up. He was just rebuilding an engine, and 2 seconds later had no energy. And so my mom hobbled him up, got him into the car, took him to the local doctor. The local doctor said, we don't know what's going on. We need to go to Dallas. So they sent him off to, damn, I can't remember the name. The big name in Dallas. They got insurance, all this shit. Took him there.
Big name in Dallas. There's a dozen world-class hospitals in Dallas.
Yeah, exactly. They went there because they got big name insurance. My parents do. They went to the best, and
Sun City in Fort Worth.
But here's the thing:
You expect talking Fort Worth? That's my home.
Well, Sun City Hospital is a piece of shit hospital. That's the shittiest
was,
hospital I've ever been in my
Baker.
life.
Is it called Baker and Bentley? Baker.
I needed 12
name.
stitches.
Sorry.
I left that
can
place
remember
and
it.
super
Here's the point. He got to the hospital, and my mom, they didn't even come out to get him. My mom pre-called the 911, to the hospital saying, my husband's about to die. He's on his deathbed. And they didn't even come out to help him. My mom had to walk him in, and my dad's, he's 74, and he's like, he thinks he's super strong, even though he's dying, couldn't even walk. But
Aaron,
24 hours later, listen, Shawn, 24 hours later.
No disrespect to your father, my friend. No disrespect to your father, but you gotta shorten this story up, man.
Okay, 24 hours later, he was rebuilding an engine. Okay, so I'm trying to do the contrast between 24 hours later, he couldn't even walk, right? from the day
Wait, you just
before.
said that backwards. So was it he was building an engine, 24 hours later he was in bad shape, 24 hours again after that he was building an engine?
24,
You just
24 hours pre of his condition, holding
Okay.
his side, he was rebuilding an engine. That's what he does, right?
Okay, so
He
now
doesn't
he's at
lift
the hospital. Now he's at the hospital. Your mother's carrying him in. What's
so they
happening?
wouldn't come care for him, and he had to sit in the waiting room for about another 10 hours. I came down. My mom called me. I had time to come down, and my dad was still there, just in total pain. They put him into the emergency room. They ran him into the emergency and said, "You have bone, bone deterioration fragments, right? No painkiller, no nothing. You have bone deterioration fragments that are causing you to have this pain." And that was their diagnosis, right? From a Baylor Scott. Baylor Scott was the name of the hospital. You know Baylor Scott, right?
Yeah, everyone knows the Baylor Health System. It's exceptional.
Yeah. It's not that great. Yeah, not that great.
It's one of the best medical. It's one of the best teaching hospital setups in the world.
Okay, well they diagnosed him with a bone defragmentation and put him into a waiting room with no painkiller, no nothing. The guy couldn't breathe.
And you think an opioid would have helped that?
I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about the medical health industry here in the USA because I just heard they and them say
That's an ethics thing, because if you go in with a breathing problem, they're not going to give you something that's going to slow your breathing.
He's holding on.
And how did I get dragged into this? What claim did I make about the U.S. medical system?
Because you were talking about that ours was so much better, is what you just said.
No.
Yes, you did. They and them just said that the U.S. medical industry is so much better than in Ireland. Okay?
No, he didn't.
I don't remember him saying that at all.
No, he didn't.
No. I can't make any claims about the medical system in Ireland because I've never been to it. That I live in the UK, and I am treated in the United Kingdom medical system.
Okay, Shawn, I'll make this story short in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
No, you fucking won't.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Bryan, so they didn't diagnose it. They sent him to another hospital, another big one in Dallas. They told him he had cancer.
Since you started
my
talking,
my mom didn't believe it.
Viewers.
My mom didn't believe it that he had cancer, all this shit. So she took him back to, I think, another local doctor just to see. And my dad's still holding this one point, on his, and he had no energy. It's they said it was sepsis. You know what sepsis is, right, Bryan?
I know exactly what sepsis is.
Yeah.
Did they do that using the SIRS criteria, or did they use sepsis?
It was a break in his intestinal tube.
That's called an acute. That's called an acute abdomen, and you can develop rapid sepsis from bacterial overgrowth.
That is the most destructive for your body because all the acid and the nasties go into your bloodstream.
I've flipped my intestines twice.
Ooh, nice. Did you get a TRUUTUBE bonus?
Yeah. Running scrapers. They have no suspension,
Bryan,
so it tore me up.
Baylor.
Did you get a perfect 10 from the judges when you did your flip?
Bryan, my point is that Baylor.
I got a perfect morphine drip.
I was gonna say you got a perfect medical bill.
I'm gonna tell you right now, morphine is by far my favorite. So much that I will only take it out of the hospital.
Yeah, patients love it when you give them 2 grams per 4.
Yeah, like I said, my mom was she was an RN nurse for Sharp and then like a La Jolla OBGYN, and then so she knows like all the doctors, all the nurses. So every time I go to the hospital for some jiu-jitsu accident or something, I get the best treatment ever. Best treatment ever. Like. Yeah. Here's this little button. It's all you, buddy.
Oh, they gave you an actual pain pump. That's awesome.
Oh, well, when I go in, it's usually for torn muscles or trauma. I don't go unless I have to.
So Arran, what was your actual question in the end?
There was none.
Oh, in the end was it was in relation to they and them saying that the U.S. has the best medical care.
Which you didn't say. Okay, if that's the case, we're just gonna go back to ignoring you then.
You're
Well, okay,
bloviating.
let's just say
Yeah,
let's
it's
just say
much better
we
than
had good.
Ireland's.
Okay, let's just say we had good medical care. Would you agree with that?
The United States has a very good system of care for certain
Very good, but
in
not
certain
the
ways.
best. Not the best.
There's no best healthcare system. They each have their highlights and their lowlights.
Yeah.
Okay,
Trust me. I'm sorry, and this is
US
100% my opinion. I was much happier before Obamacare because I like my doctors paid. That's all I'm saying.
Isn't it the thing though that it all comes down to the doctor and whether they can actually put together the symptoms that you're presenting to them to actually give you a diagnosis that they can perhaps help you manage.
Sure, like I was giving the presentation to Bryan when y'all cut in. So
that's exactly what the fuck it was.
Right. And Arran, I hate to say this, your father sounds like a lovely person. Your mother sounds like a saint. I don't believe
right?
the story.
She said some soup in a blanket. I was like, damn, I thought that was gonna work.
I just wish I could quit farting.
No, it didn't work. That's what I'm telling you.
Arran, here's the thing though. As per usual, Arran, I don't believe you because I know how an ER system works, and the idea of somebody coming in that's a 74-year-old man with a sudden chest pain that feels like a tearing or a pressure. That man's immediately getting an EKG. That man's immediately getting a CT. That man's immediately getting a
not here at Baylor, Scott, and McKinney. No way.
Listen, I just think you're lying to me because that is.
I think the situation happened. Look, I think the situation happened. I just think
my mom has the record.
You're so elongating the story that you're either leaving stuff out or you're adding stuff in.
My mom has
I think so too.
My mom has the record. She's actually a
well, I think Bryan would be much more comfortable reading the records than hearing it from you.
All right, so Bryan, let's assume that everything Arran said is 100% factual. Would that come close to negligence?
There's
I never finished my story.
Millions of dollars if they miss that.
I never finished my story.
It also made it very, very clear that your father is a very strong-willed person, and probably, I'm guessing, if he asks him a scale of 1 to 10, even if he's at a 10, he's going to say a 6. Am I right, Arran?
To this day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can clearly see he's a 5.
Could it have been a situation maybe before you had gotten there where they asked him, is this, where are you at? And he was like, a lot of fucking pain, but I'm still moving. You know what I mean?
Yeah, here's the right.
I don't know.
Aaron, here's the thing with pain.
Go ahead, then. You tell me what situation happened.
No. I'll give you a good idea of what pain, how different people deal with pain.
It's not pain. I'm telling you that my father was happy and healthy. Okay, he's doing what he normally does.
But he's talking about at the hospital, Arran.
Listen, no. I'm saying he strained his body down in his shop. Okay, he's pulling a motor. He might have pulled on the wrench too much. I don't know what he did because I was not there at that time. I was there the day before. I was always there. But at that time, I was not there. He pulled the wrench too hard. Something split in his mid cavity right there. Okay, he went down to the ground. He hobbled up to the house, because down in the shop.
Aaron,
and my mom was like, "What is going on?"
Again,
but listen,
no disrespect to you.
The main point
again,
the thing is, Aaron, I don't believe you.
No disrespect to your parents. Shut up. Please do not do the story again.
Aaron, let's say, Aaron, I don't believe you, and I think you're doing a parents a disservice by either telling their story incorrectly or manufacturing one about them.
Or bloviating.
Yeah, so here's the thing, Arran, about that Shawn was trying to say to you about pain as well. My sister is riddled with arthritis.
You're bloviating. Yeah. You
want to
you're
know
telling
about pain?
ridiculous right now.
No,
Thank
no, no.
thank
I
you.
want to
Danny,
hear.
man.
I want to hear what
Good
he
for
was
you.
saying. And you
Yeah,
guys,
you're fucking funny.
I got
you
a
guys
pain story for you.
hang on, Maxwell. You
Listen,
guys,
I was going on.
what
The
the
only thing I was going
fuck?
on to was the medical
I can't-
care in the USA. That's it. I wasn't. I
Wait,
don't
wait,
care
wait,
about
wait,
my
wait, wait,
father's
wait, wait,
story.
wait.
I don't want you
You're
guys to be
taking
all
one.
emotional about my
Aaron.
father.
You're
Okay,
taking
he's
one
fine.
situation that you've given basically your side on, and you're accounting that for the whole medical field. Because if you ask me, I think the medical field are fucking
They
godsends, and I love
diagnosed
them
him with
all
cancer.
because
Is
they,
what they
those,
did.
hey,
Baylor
they
Scott
listen,
diagnosed him with
the
cancer. There
same
was
medical
Dallas,
profession that you're talking about,
Dallas
Aaron,
North
Aaron,
diagnosed him with
Aaron,
bone marrow
Aaron,
infection.
Aaron,
That wasn't true.
Aaron,
It was
Aaron.
simply
Listen to me,
sepsis. That's
Aaron,
all it was. It
Aaron.
was sepsis.
Look, if you ask my brother, he's going to tell you you're fucking crazy. Our medical in the United States is wonderful. That's thanks to his transplant that he has, and he's still living 10 years after the date they say he would. I'm going to tell you the same damn
good
thing
deal.
because I am still alive after I should have been dead after losing a very lot of blood. So let me tell you something, Aaron. Your one situation does not account for the United States.
No. I'm asking Bryan what he would think the problem would be after I told him that the national doctors said it was cancer, then bone marrow, deterioration, and then we went to a
Wait,
private
is it bone
doctor,
marrow
and he called sepsis.
deterioration, or did he have bone spurs that were doing pain?
That's what they
You
called
changed your
it.
story now.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They called it
You've
bone
changed your
spurs.
story. Which is it?
My mom has the records. She has the records.
Okay, that's not the
Now
question.
we went,
Which was
but
it?
we
You
went
changed
to
your
a
story now.
private doctor. But they went to a private doctor, and he called sepsis. Is what he called, and that's exactly what it was.
Wait,
Okay?
having a split in your bowel or a perforation of the bowel is not a diagnosis of sepsis.
Sepsis
No. He called it. He called it. He called it and treated it. That's what he did.
Okay, did he actually have a split in the bowel, or did you make that up too?
No, I'm not. My mom has all the records. I can show.
Well, you said it was a split in the bowel. Did he have a perforation and an acute abdomen,
Jesus
or did he only have bacterial sepsis? Which was it?
After 3 weeks, it was kind of healing itself. Is what
That wasn't the question.
said.
Wasn't the
After
question,
3
Aaron?
weeks,
Was it actually sepsis, or was it a bowel perforation leading to sepsis?
it was a bowel perforation leading to sepsis.
And did they do an exploratory laparotomy immediately?
Baylor Scott did not do that. Sorry. Yeah.
Did anybody perform a laparotomy on him?
No, Dallas North did not do that. Sorry.
So nobody did?
Except the private doctor we went to. He's the one
That's
that
what I
did.
keep asking, and you keep not answering. Did somebody do an exploratory laparotomy on your father and repair the perforation?
Yes, through urine and anal samples. Yes, and blood samples.
I don't. I'm asking if they performed a surgery on your father. I'm not asking. I'm not asking about the diagnosis.
They did not. They did not, because as Bryan, as you know, sepsis, a rupture in the spleen or in the intestinals, can heal itself.
That is not sepsis.
It can heal itself.
That is not sepsis.
No, sepsis is only the leakage, right?
No,
Bryan?
sepsis is a constellation of symptoms that you get largely from bacteremia or cellular toxin release.
It's
a multi-organ issue.
Bryan, if you had a rupture in your spleen, wouldn't you have to get an operation?
If he's got a bowel perforation, that's an immediate surgery.
Yes, that's
I know. That's why my dad was dying. He was
your stomach
dying.
gases getting into your
He
organ
was
cavities.
dying for 3 fucking weeks, and we took him to all these fucking doctors. It
You
is
just
an
said no one
immediate
did surgery on
operation.
him. You just said no one did surgery on him, so he's still got a
Nobody
leaky
did.
bowel.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying that the U.S. fucking system of Medicare sucks. Because my dad almost fucking died. God damn it.
You are such a liar. There's no way.
With sepsis, he'd be dead, wouldn't he?
3 weeks untreated, he wouldn't have sepsis. He would have death.
Yeah, no energy. Have to pick him up and carry him into the fucking.
Aaron, I don't even want to hear another word out of your lying
That
fucking
doesn't
mouth.
make any sense, Aaron. Maybe you got a lot mixed, like left out, but
Yeah, I think
it can't be
Aaron's.
what you're saying right now. It's
I
not. That's
think Aaron's
impossible.
missing a lot of stuff in this story of the treatment.
Why would I make up a story like
It's not.
this?
Maybe it's
Like,
not
what
you
the
making it
fuck,
up.
Sean?
Maybe
What would
you
be my
left some shit
motive?
out. Maybe you left
What
it
would be
out.
my
But the
motive?
fact,
To make up a story about my
look.
dad?
Listen,
You know?
no. Again, you may have left some shit out, but accept this. He could not have that for 3 weeks. It's not possible.
He made it. Okay? He fucking made it.
Aaron,
Because
I'm telling you,
my
it
mom.
couldn't have been that though. It had to have
My
been
mom
something
took
else.
him. My mom took him
I
to a
understand that,
private.
Aaron, but it had to have been something else that could have led to that.
My
But
mom
it
took
couldn't
him
have been
to
for
a
the 3
private
weeks.
fucking doctor. Sean, I'm fucking tired.
Aaron, we are very happy for you that your father came through that very well. Okay, and
I
we're
hope he
not.
lives forever, and that's an
we,
honest to God truth.
we are not doubting.
I don't need to share my fucking emotions with you fucking
No,
guys.
I know, mate, and that's why I'm saying this. All right, we are not doubting that your father went through some bad experiences.
He
with
went
getting.
to Baylor Scott. It's not some diagnosis.
It doesn't
He
matter,
went to
Aaron.
Baylor Scott.
It's not a perfect system. Humans make mistakes. Okay.
Damn it.
Aaron,
So-
how's this for an imperfect system? Okay.
So then tell me that the healthcare system in this country works.
No,
Saying them.
right.
Tell me.
No.
Tell me it works.
It does work.
Different
Aaron.
problem.
Just like I explained
Overall,
to you, I'm not
Aaron,
going to go
it
back
does
on what
work.
I
But
said.
I'll give you an example. How's this for a shit life that the medical system put somebody in? Okay. My sister was 11 years of age. She started suffering from fatigue and pain. Okay. And for 4 years, she's seen 6 different doctors and none of them could explain it. Okay. And after they tested her for God knows how many different conditions, our ordinary GP decided, you know something, I'm going to test to see if there's a chance that this is arthritis.
And he went home
Okay.
and slept well the first night because he makes 100 fucking grand a year. You know.
No, Arran. Here's the thing, right? My
He has
sister,
no interest
because
in your nephew's daughter. He has no interest.
No, Arran. This is the thing, right? They do have an interest, but they are fallible. They are people. It depends
They have
on
no
what
interest.
No, Arran. I'm sorry, but they do. Because here's the thing, right? Those doctors kept trying to find out what was wrong with my sister. Now, unfortunately, she is in a situation where at 18 years of age, she had her first hip replaced. At 30 years of age, she had her second hip replaced. She is waiting on her condition to deteriorate more, where she is getting her 2 knees replaced. She currently has arthritis from her toes right up through to her neck.
And
Juvenile arthritis is among the worst things ever.
These people get paid whether it works or not.
Arran,
okay. I'm just
let
saying.
me finish, okay? Here's the thing. As fucked up as it was that it took them 5 years to diagnose her with the arthritis, which is one of the reasons why it got so bad. But you want to know something, Arran? If that same GP hadn't kept trying and hadn't give a shit, she, instead of her now being able to drive her own car and get around on herself, even though she has not physically stood straight in 15 years, she's not in a wheelchair, being pushed around. Yes, doctors make fuck ups.
What is the great benefit of this? What is the great benefit of her doing all that and now she's not in a wheelchair? How much have you or your family paid just for her to be in the same condition?
Not a penny, Arran. Not
Well,
a
very good.
fucking,
Very
not
good.
a
Thank
fucking penny
you.
for her
I would
to.
love that.
She was not in a position where she could work a single day in her life because
That's
of the
called
time she
real.
was diagnosed.
That's called real. That's called real healthcare. Okay.
No, Arran. Here's the thing. Regardless of whether she's been paying for it or not, like because she's seen private doctors, she's seen state doctors. It was a fuck up in the diagnosis. But you want to know something? The first doctor she went to see it was the person who actually decided to do the test, which diagnosed her with the problem. And because he gave a shit, he kept trying all those years to figure out what was wrong with her.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as bad as the mistakes are, at least we, regardless of whether you're paying for it or not, at least we have the people who go into these fields who do help us in so many different ways.
We pay for these people already, right? We pay for these people already to be, on point. Let's just say on point. Their knowledge. Are there other things above and beyond, like Brian Peck says? Yes, we don't know about that. We're looking at that, sure. But he's still getting funding, from us to look at that shit.
Brian's not.
Why not at a certain level? Why
no,
Aaron,
Arran,
both of you wait. Both of you wait. Aaron, can you please tell me what you meant by that?
Well, because you don't know everything.
Of course I don't know everything. I wouldn't claim to know everything.
Okay, but you get paid, by taxpayer money. Right?
I get paid according to billing from a combination of public and private monies.
Public and private. So you have a private investor into your hospital?
We have private investors in the hospital. We have people who pay on insurance versus on private insurance versus public.
Insurance is the big one, right? What do your private investors invest for? What are they there for?
Lots of people love to do a tax write-off giving to a hospital. Lots of people just enjoy giving to a local hospital,
sure.
Especially ones that are teaching. Wait, let me finish. Especially ones that are teaching facilities like the one that I currently work with.
Exactly. So it's not much. They're the private investors. They're just looking for a return.
Our private investors are greater than a third of our budget.
Oh, okay. So now hospitals are an investment opportunity. So I should invest $1,000 in a hospital so I can get $1,500.
I didn't say they received greater than a third of our profits. I said that they contribute 30% of our budget.
Okay.
Right. So
private
Brian,
individuals and private companies fund us because we're a teaching hospital.
Okay.
Hey, wait. Let me finish the statement. Private people, individuals, businesses, corporations donating to a hospital is among some of the best things that they do. One, they get a decent tax write-off on it. Two, having a well-funded hospital in your neighborhood is among the best things that you can do as a part of the social contract. And that's why hospitals are very, 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 very good at collecting funds.
Yeah, or have a neighbor that's the doctor, right? Yeah.
And three, why the hell shouldn't the hospital profit off of some dumbass out there with a frozen turkey putting it into a vat of oil and starting himself on fire?
Because them goddamn videos, shills, cost you money. That's why.
Yeah,
it costs you money.
Yeah, shills. Yeah.
You were the one paying for that guy's fucking burnt leg. His fucking chicken leg.
Aaron, what's the point?
My point is that the medical industry in the United States is totally publicly funded, and they do not care about any.
What are you talking about?
Private. My parents are millionaires. They'll come in there, sit in a seat. They don't care. The hospital does not care. They just want to know: do you have insurance? That's it. Do you have funding?
Sure. Are you having a differentiating between social? Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry,
Aaron, you've gone over 3 points. Hold on, Aaron. You've gone over 3 points. Exactly. What is your point?
The medical industry in this country does not care about patients unless you have funding.
Aaron, that's blatantly false.
Yep, I've already told you.
Okay.
Arran, can I ask Bryan a question?
You
To
just did.
illustrate why I think you're wrong.
Let me back up. Chill. They and them. Let me back up just so I can put the other point on. Is the medical industry in this country does care about folks that don't have funding. They're called illegal immigrants, taxpayer escapers. You know, all these fucking people that you guys think about. Where's the middle ground, right?
So wait, Aaron, you just said that the hospitals don't care about you, but then you just said that they
Unless
did.
you have funding. Yep.
Yeah, but you just said that they don't. That they do care about the people that don't have funding.
Do you know how much a year a hospital writes off that it can never recoup just because it's the right thing to do?
They get federal grants. Come on.
The grants don't. They don't use the grants to write off.
They do.
Yes,
they do.
Well,
So a hospital is a private entity? Are you telling me that, Brian?
Not every hospital is a private entity.
Okay, so which one writes it off?
A lot of them will write it off.
Why don't you look it up?
Well, but not a public hospital, right?
You do realize that a public hospital still has private investment and can take private insurance, right?
It's a public hospital. It's funded by the government.
It's not entirely government funded. It receives a government baseline.
It's a public hospital.
It's not entirely.
It's not entirely public.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on. Wait, before we go any further, Aaron, just because McDonald's is a public place doesn't mean that it's not a private corporation.
True that.
Yeah, but they also advertise as a private business, right?
You do realize that for each state, largely the largest medical systems in each state are private, correct? Public hospitals are actually a minority.
No, all hospitals are publicly funded.
You are sorely misinformed.
Yes, they are. With the Obamacare, yes, they're all.
You are sorely misinformed.
Arran, you could say that about the UK system. You cannot say that about the US system.
Yes, I can. They're all publicly funded.
Well, in that case, Walmart's publicly funded because the money because food stamp money goes to it.
Doctor shops are what we would call public or federally funded. Yes,
you are incorrect, sir.
Certain task. Yes, they are. That's what the Obamacare was about. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Listen, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I don't know the difference because I've never enjoyed either one of those services.
Okay? So can I ask Bryan a question to help you understand the difference?
Okay.
Right, Bryan, in the US, right, I'm a multi-millionaire. I have insurance up the wazoo.
I don't know why you're saying bird in French.
I have the condition in my neck that I had 15 years ago.
Okay.
If I go and see a private doctor, get diagnosed, and go for the operation, and it will be carried out in a private hospital that is used only for those operations, if it's a private hospital, correct?
Not even necessarily. Private hospitals, even a system that I've worked for that was... Actually, I probably shouldn't tell the system I worked for in medical school. I'm not going to get them in trouble like that. Well, anyway, it was a large private system with multiple places. Even the larger private hospitals still had a generalized surgery area. They could subspecialize you out to a private clinic if you wanted to, but it wasn't a necessity to do so. They could have treated you. They could have treated you in the hospital proper operating rooms, and depending upon the available surgeons, you could even pick your specialist.
Right. So, and here's the difference, Arran, for the UK, where 98% of the hospitals are publicly owned and run. If I
population.
That was a good answer. You gave one good word on that, which is insurance. If you don't have the insurance, we can't scale you, right?
That's not what I said at all.
Okay, repeat what you just said.
Scalability when it comes to altering the system. Say we were to switch to a single payer system, and the necessarily
No, you didn't say about that single payer. I didn't ask about that. Neither did you. Stop bringing up new shit.
There was implied in what I said, and how to help fix the
Repeat
situation
what you said.
as said. I don't have a specific fix to the problems that we have, specifically when it comes to public versus private funding. That's public insurance, which I'm going to call Medicaid and Medicare, and the different marketplace plans, versus private care, which is purchased not necessarily through the low rate government system.
Okay.
Now, what solves our current issue? I don't know how to say, because as far as I can tell, the size of your government and how much you're willing to pay if you switch to public only isn't necessarily one of those things to where it's going to be in line with the rest of the world. Because the rest of the world, they may have their own issues, but we have a very large, very diverse medical population here. And we currently have some of the widest arrays of treatments. We're going to have to change the way we do a lot of things if we were to switch to something like that. Should we go full private? I also don't think that would work. That was the point of my statement.
How do you think it was working in the 1950s? Do you think it was full federal? Full public?
No, it wasn't full. It wasn't full. It wasn't full at that time. But we also didn't have an MRI machine. We didn't have the same sort of things.
Yeah, but everybody seemed to evolve into this day, correct? I mean, without all that shit, right?
Into which thing?
Into today is what I'm saying, right? My dad did, right?
Arran, can I ask a question? Do you think
we didn't have all this fucking bullshit that we needed fucking all our tax money, all of our labor, 30% of it didn't need to go to the medical industry of the federal union that we live in. We didn't have to do that back then in the 50s, right?
So 30%. So you're saying that 30% of your tax goes to the medical system.
Everybody lived good. You watch the Wonder Years. You guys watch all the TV shows.
Watch the TV shows. Right? Yep, that's the way to do it. No, Aaron, actually, they did have taxes back then,
measles,
and their taxes went to many different things.
What do you mean no one had the measles?
Shit, right, Shawn? Nobody had that. Okay?
Are you kidding me? You're kidding me,
Aaron,
right?
Aaron, at this point, you're not even a clever troll. You're literally just trying to piss everybody off now.
I'm just trying to get to a point.
Yeah, your point is that you don't have a point right now.
That's not a point, Shawn.
Exactly. You haven't made a point yet. You keep going off on tangents, but you don't make a point.
Shawn, address what I just said. Which system
part?
Is better?
Which part? You claimed three different things. Again.
Well, hold on. Let me explain. Which system is better? 1950s, 40s, 50s, 60s, where you had your local doctor, everybody was fine, everybody's doing good, or 80s, 90s, 2000s.
So, Arran, you didn't listen to the part of the conversation earlier where I was speaking to Bryan about the fact that we are now getting so much better about diagnosing cases of cancer, of so many different conditions, because of all the technologies and the fact that we are getting better at stuff.
Not to mention the quality of life has become much easier. It's become much better.
Oh, really? Yeah, because I watch, I watch the Wonder Years now, and that was a great life. I watch the real life now, the real life, or the real world, whatever it is. Now everybody's sick, everybody's changing genders, everybody's doing all this weird shit. Come on, guys.
Are you really comparing
you are
TV
sucking
show
as a troll
to
right
reality?
now?
Let's be real about this.
Are you comparing an idealized TV show to the realities of the world?
Is that
your argument? I want a yes or no question. Is that your argument?
I lived through it. You might not have, Bryan. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize you were on the Wonder Years.
I'm 44 years old, so go Go ahead.
Oh, you didn't
You
even
didn't
live
live
in the
through the
50s.
one
What
of
are you
the-
So you
talking
didn't
about?
live through the 50s then?
So you watched reruns.
As my first show ever. Yes, I did. Yep.
Arran, for the sake of this, so that the people in this panel don't fall out with you, please don't troll on subjects like this. Stick to trolling on the flat Earth, mate, because you're so much better at that.
I don't know what you mean. What is troll? What does that mean?
Thank you for making my point, Arran.
I have no idea. I'm not asking for money. In fact, usually I pay money
We
just to be
didn't.
on these
We didn't
stupid
even
shows.
accuse you of e-begging. We accused you of trolling.
Yeah. Normally I pay money to be on these fucking stupid shows. But go ahead.
Don't need to
Yeah,
do
and
that.
the person who owns this panel has told you you don't need to do that.
Or be here.
I
It's
don't
either
have
one.
to
I
do
mean,
anything.
that's the realization of it.
So
Trolls don't hand out money.
can I troll Aaron for a second?
Go ahead, Maxwell. Let's do this.
So I got this story. I'm going to tell you this story. This old farmer's riding down the road on his moped, and he sees this guy in a Corvette on the side of the road, stopped with his hood open. So he pulls over and asks the guy, "That's a nice car." And he's like, "What's wrong with it?" And the guy's checking out under the hood. He's like, "Oh, nothing. I'm just taking it out for a test cruise." And the farmer keeps asking him questions, and the guy that owns the car gets all frustrated and basically tells the farmer to get the hell out of here. And the farmer wouldn't leave. The farmer like asks if he can get in his car, and the guy says no, but the farmer gets inside the car anyways just to check it out in the driver's seat, and he's checking it out, and the guy gets pissed off and says, "Get the hell out of the car." And the guy's like, "Well, must be a really fast car, right?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, it's faster.
Fun storytellers on the planet.
It's faster than your moped." And the guy grabs the farmer and throws him out of the car and slams the door shut and takes off in first gear. And he's cruising in first gear, and he looks in his rearview mirror, and here comes this old man here comes a farmer on his moped. Zing! Right by the guy in the Corvette, and the guy's like, "What the hell?" Puts it in second gear, and he kicks her down. He's going about 70 miles an hour, and he's like, "I got that slow farmer." And all of a sudden, zing! The farmer goes right by him again. And the guy's like, "What the hell is that guy got as an old farmer on a moped? It's faster than my brand new Corvette." And so the guy puts it in.
Jesus Christ, I couldn't do it anymore. I just couldn't. I have a headache, and the trolling of the day just I can't do it today. So I'm gonna do everyone a favor, and no one has to deal with that shit again. Okay, so like I said, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm tired. It was a long stream. Shit, almost 5 hours. Thank you guys. I do appreciate it. It was a fun one. Got a nice long talk. Got to realize that Max. I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. But it was fun. I did enjoy it. That's what I'm gonna do. Like I said, this is gonna be the new format for Think Tank. Basically, just whatever goes. I'm gonna try to get some more, like cuts of the stream. So, because I know it's gonna be so many different topics, start breaking them up so that you guys don't have to sit through 5 hours to hear a certain topic. But again, I do appreciate you guys being here. Thank you very much, and I will see you guys mañana.
take a spot, find your zone every day.